honor of serving as chair. I want to welcome all of the board members, all staff, and all members of the public who are here today, as well as those who may be listening in remotely via the webinar. Before we begin, I just want to note a few things. First, we have a very full agenda, as I think you all know, and just 3 hours to get through it. So I will ask for the board's and the public's assistance in being as concise as possible with your questions, comments, and discussion. I also want to note that for the last for two items, they're not actually the last, for 2 items on the agenda today involving final action, and that would be the Draft Addendum 1 and the 2017 specifications, any meeting-specific proxies may fully engage, but may not participate in the final votes taken by the board. Lastly, although it feels to me that Megan is already a veteran given the many exchanges we've had over the past several weeks, this is in fact her first meeting as FMP coordinator. So I just want to formally welcome her and acknowledge what a great job she's been doing. It's really been a pleasure working with her. And lastly, I'll just note that I am visually impaired. I ripped a contact lens this morning, so you all look like a sea of Menhaden to me. I'm going to really do my best, and Megan's going to help, but if I'm fumbling to try to see who has their hand up, it's because I'm at about 80% vision right now, so what a wonderful development for that is, I have to tell you. Okay, having dispensed with the pleasantries, let's get down to business. Item 1 is the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda? Terry Stockwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think the state of Maine has been in part responsible for making Megan's introduction to Menhaden more interesting, and I would like to report to the board an update on Maine's episodic fishery this summer.
Thank you, Terry. Are there any other additions to the agenda? Seeing none, are there any objections to approving the agenda as modified? Seeing none, the agenda stands approved by consent. Moving on to the next item, which is the approval of the proceedings from the May 2016 board meeting. Are there any recommended changes to those meeting minutes? Seeing none, is there any objection to approving those minutes? Seeing none, those minutes stand approved by consent, and thanks to our stenographer, Dot, for doing a great job. Next on the agenda is public comment. This is an opportunity for anyone from the public who wishes to comment on any issue that is not on today's agenda to do so, which means that if your comments pertain to either Draft Addendum 1 or to specifications for 2017, now is not the time to comment. There will be opportunities to comment on both of those issues when we get to them. I believe there had been a sign-up sheet, and I think Megan is hitting back with that in hand. So what I'll do is I'll draw from that sign-up sheet now and call upon those who wish to comment on anything not on the agenda, and we have a blank sheet. So with that, I will ask, is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment at this time? Seeing no hands, we'll move on to the next item, which is Draft Addendum 1 to Amendment 2. Involving a potential adjustment to the bycatch provision of the FMP. This draft addendum involves 4 options. It has gone through a formal public comment process involving several public hearings in several states and is now before the board for final action. We have 45 minutes set aside for this item. I will first be turning to Megan for a staff presentation, then to Jeff Kalin for an AP report, then to Mark Robson for a Law Enforcement Committee report. After addressing any questions the board may have for Megan, Jeff, or Mark, I will open the floor for motions. So at this point, I will go to Megan for her presentation on the draft addendum, the options presented, and a summary of public comments received.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the welcome. So I'll be going through Draft Addendum 1 today, and again, this is to consider potential changes to the current bycatch provision. So an overview of my presentation today. First, I'll go through a timeline of the addendum. I will briefly review the bycatch fishery and the options that are included, and then I'll move right into public comment. We'll go to the AP report, the LEC report, and then the board will consider final action today. So as a timeline, the board initiated this addendum in February to consider revisions to the bycatch provision. In May, the board saw a draft of this addendum and approved it for public comment. So we had our public comment period from May through July 11th. And today we're going to be reviewing those comments and taking final action. So just a reminder of how the bycatch provision currently works. All landings prior to a state reaching its quota count towards the quota, and then once a state reaches its quota, it closes its directed fishery and it moves to a bycatch fishery where there's a 6,000 pound per vessel per day trip limit, and this is for non-directed fisheries. The problem or issue we're trying to address in this addendum is that since the bycatch provision is per vessel rather than per individual, it means that two permitted individuals working on the same vessel cannot land up to 12,000 pounds of Menhaden bycatch. And this has been a problem or a source of inefficiencies, especially in the Chesapeake Bay pound net fishery, where it's common for fishermen to pool resources and crew and fish from the same vessel. So some statistics on the bycatch fishery. From 2013 to 2015, bycatch averaged 5.63 million pounds per year, and this represents approximately 1 to 2% of coastwide landings, so it's not a vast majority by any means of total landings, but still important. By location, the Chesapeake Bay accounts for the vast majority of total bycatch landings at 81%, and then if we delve deeper into that, the Maryland pound net fishery accounts for about 40% of bycatch landings, and the Virginia anchored gill net fishery about 21%. We can also look at the trips that land Menhaden bycatch. So from 2013 to 2015, a total of 12,750 trips landed under the bycatch allowance, and about almost 9,000 of those were from stationary gears. And then this table here, this is table 2 in the addendum, and it might be a little easier to read actually on paper. But what it shows is the percent of trips in each state that were using stationary gears that landed Menhaden bycatch from 2013 to 2015. So the states are in the columns, and then we have different pound bins in the rows. So the way to interpret this is that, for example, Virginia, 71% of their stationary gear bycatch trips landed between 1 and 1,000 pounds of Menhaden. And I've outlined in red some of the boxes under Maryland and the Potomac River Fisheries Commission, and those are trips that landed in excess of 3,000 pounds. And this is really the fishermen that we're targeting in this addendum. So if you had 2 of these fishermen on a vessel and say they each average 4,000 pounds of Menhaden per trip, that's 8,000 pounds combined, so they would be over the current 6,000 pound bycatch limit. So just to summarize, the bycatch landings are largely from the pound net fishery in Maryland and Potomac River Fisheries Commission and the anchored gill net fishery in Virginia. The pound net trips are landing Menhaden in amounts that would lend to cooperative fishing behavior. However, there are other gears in other jurisdictions that also land Menhaden bycatch, and they may also benefit from cooperative fishing. And so that's why you'll see in these options it includes multiple gear types. So I'll move into the options now included in the document. As Bob mentioned, there are 4. The first one would be status quo, so that is a 6,000 pound per vessel per day bycatch limit. And then B through D, they don't change that status quo, but what they do is add flexibility to it. And the difference between B, C, and D is who that flexibility is given to. So B is the most broad option, and it says that 2 authorized individuals working from the same vessel fishing stationary multi-species gears are permitted to land up to 12,000 pounds per day. And in the addendum, we define stationary multi-species gears to include pound nets, anchored or staked gill nets, fyke nets, fish traps, and fish weirs. Pots are not included in this because the PDT felt that pots target a specific species and therefore are not a multi-species gear. Option C is very similar to option B, but it's a bit more narrow in who that flexibility is given to. And what it says is that the 2 authorized individuals have to be in a limited entry fishery. So it's still that stationary multi-species gears, but operating in a limited entry fishery. And the PDT included this because they felt that limited entry fisheries are an important management tool, and it limits or restricts the expansion of harvest. Again, pots are not included because they're not considered a multi-species gear. And then we have option D. So this would allow 2 authorized individuals fishing pound nets to work together to land up to 12,000 pounds per day. And this option gets back to the root of the request from Maryland and Potomac River Fisheries Commission, and this is the option that reflects the data as we see the pound net fisheries are the ones landing menhaden in amounts that lend to cooperative fishing. So I'll move right into the public comment. We didn't receive too much public comment on this addendum. We had 2 letters, and then we held 6 public hearings. The Rhode Island and Maryland public hearings were the only ones with attendees, so I'll be focusing on those today. In terms of the written comments, we had 1 letter in favor of status quo and 1 letter in favor of option B, so that would allow all stationary multi-species gears to work together cooperatively. And the letter in favor of option A felt that a 12,000 pound bycatch limit, even if it's for 2 people, is more of a directed fishery rather than an incidental catch. In terms of the public hearings, so we had 1 individual from Rhode Island who was in favor of option B, and then we had 8 individuals from Maryland who are in favor of option D. And the reason these fishermen felt that D was the most appropriate option for them was in Maryland, it sounds as though most of the menhaden bycatch is coming from pound nets and then drift gill nets. And since drift gill nets are not a stationary gear, they're not included in this addendum. So they felt that that pound net option most appropriately reflected the Maryland bycatch fishery. Many of the fishermen commented that this type of flexibility will be important in ensuring economic gains as well as improved safety in the fishery. And so overall they were in support of adding this provision. And then just some general comments we received. We had a concern that menhaden and other forage fish are becoming harder to find in our estuaries and bays. We had a comment that the 2009 to 2011 reference years for allocation are not appropriate. And we also had a couple comments that the state quotas only last through part of the year, so that the quotas are really too low, and there's been a greater than 20% reduction in harvest. So I'll now let Jeff present the AP report.
Well, first let me just see if there's any questions for Megan. We can always circle back after the other reports, but seeing no hands, we will indeed go to Jeff for the AP report. Jeff?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, board members. The slide will describe what I'm going to read. We did have a conference call on July 14th. The memo that you have in your packet describes who was in attendance. We had 4 commissioners and 5 members of the public. And we took up this. We did take up this issue first. We reviewed the addendum and supported option C, which allows the 2 authorized vessels working for the same fishing vessel in stationary multi-species gear to land up to 12,000 pounds per day. And the reason why the 2 members supported that option, as described on the slide, is that it would be easier to enforce the allowance if there was a limited access fishery involved. We had 2 AP members supporting that option and 1 AP member supporting option D, noting that for some states B, C, and D are the same. 1 other AP member supported an option which ensures bycatch allowances can be accurately monitored and easily enforced, with no option selected, and another AP member did not have a preference for an option, Mr. Chairman. So I think that concludes my AP report. Thank you. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jeff, for that report. Any questions for Jeff on the AP report? Seeing none, I'll go to Mark Robson, our LEC chair, for the LE committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The LEC provided written comments on an earlier review of this particular addendum, and we provided written comments back in January. We met again in teleconference in July 8th to consider the addendum again. And in reviewing the previous comments we made where we supported the allowance for the 12,000 pound bycatch for the pound net fishery, in reviewing that document, the LEC in July reaffirmed its position, and so we support option D, whereby two individuals could fishing pound nets could land up to 12,000 pounds from a single vessel in a day. The LEC did not support allowing other types of stationary multi-species gear to be included, as it felt this would introduce some problems with identifying which gear were being legally fished, and in situations where individual fishermen may have multiple gear licenses. So it creates some additional complications for enforcement on the water or at the docks in monitoring this bycatch fishery. In the previous comments we made, we also had noted that the support for the 12,000-pound bycatch provision was based on some experience from back in 2013 when a similar provision did not seem to result in any issues or problems for enforcement. So we again reiterate our support for option D, limiting it to the pound net fishery. And we also would reaffirm our original recommendation that since this is something that would be a sort of a new process on the water, that we actually take a look at this after a year or so to see if there are any unforeseen problems that crop up. The Law Enforcement Committee did not anticipate any, but in case those do arise, then we could look at the issue and make recommendations for changes or improvements as appropriate. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mark? Seeing none, I will now open the floor to motions from the board. We will need 3, and I plan to take them sequentially. The first, frankly, is the biggest one, and that is the preferred option. The second would be the implementation date for whatever option the board decides on. And then lastly, we'll need a final motion on final adoption of the addendum. That third and final motion will be subject to a roll call vote. So at this point, I will entertain a motion on the preferred option. Would anyone like to make one? Lynn Fegley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the board for your consideration of this action. I want to just preface a motion by reminding everybody that this all started back in 2012 when we were developing Amendment 2 and we were trying to figure out how to deal with these stationary multi-species gears that are not necessarily selective for a particular species of fish. At that time, when Maryland put in its implementation plan, we had a plan for this dual bycatch. Because of the way that our fisheries operate, it was approved by the technical committee. And so we fished in 2013 under this provision, but then it was removed for 2014 and 2015. So now we have data that show that these fish are going to be caught, whether it's a 6,000 pound or a 12,000 pound. The result in Maryland is that the fishermen are at an economic disadvantage, and sometimes they're not safe because they're having to commission additional vessels, sometimes unsafe vessels, to get to that other net and get that second bycatch. I also want to remind everybody that we were hoping to do this under a conservation equivalency. We could not do that under the rules of Amendment 2, so hence we have this addendum before us. The technical committee reviewed our proposal for the dual bycatch, and they approved it. And at that time, there was conversation about the impacts of this provision if it were applied to stationary multi-species gears along the coast. And I believe at that time, what Dr. McNamee said was, the bycatch occurring from these gears along the coast is less than 1%. The stock is not overfished, and overfishing is not occurring, and so it will not have a negative impact on the stock. This provision is for 1 year until we get to Amendment 3, which I hope we all keep our eyes on that ball. And so thank you for indulging me. I would now like to make the motion to approve option B, which is working together permitted for all stationary multi-species gears.
And I see Steve Train. Would you like to second that motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we have a motion moved and seconded, and the motion is to move to approve Addendum 1 with the following option, Option B. Motion by Ms. Fegley, seconded by Mr. Train. Discussion on the motion. Dr. Pierce.
Question for the Law Enforcement Committee, if I may, Mr. Chairman. The committee, Law Enforcement Committee, indicated that Option D was their preferred option as a consequence of their consideration of law enforcement concerns on the water. I'd appreciate, and I suppose the whole board would appreciate, some further comment from the LEC regarding Option B. In other words, is that a definite no-go? That will present significant enforcement problems in the opinion of the LAC, or perhaps not. So a little more LEC perspective on that option would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes, I'll do my best to recall the conversations during the teleconference call. I don't know if Megan can recall any of the discussions too, as far as the specific concerns. I guess the primary issue was one of officers dealing with and sorting out two fishermen who may have multi-gear permits. I don't know whether it would be a factor in Chesapeake Bay if you had fishermen coming from Virginia or back and forth from Maryland to Virginia. But it seemed that the discussion was based on the complication of sorting out if multi-gear operations are in place, whether everything is in order from a permitting standpoint and whether those gear beyond pound net gear are being fished legally. I'm sorry that I can't recall more specific discussions than that, Dr. Pierce. Megan, I don't know if you could recall or not, but
I think the discussion was mostly that the pound net provision had been in place in 2013, and so they felt confident that that would be successful since it was in 2013. And then there was concern that if two fishermen were fishing different types of gear but working cooperatively, and one of them had this provision and one didn't, how would you be able? There were questions about enforcement or potential for loopholes, I'll say, in that sense.
Russ Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm definitely in support of this motion. I probably would have liked to seen Option C, but I'll take Option B. It really will help our fishermen. That said, on the law enforcement issue, I'm not really sure what the issue would be if you're bringing in fish from a drift gill net or a staked and anchored gill net, because they're so limited in the number of fishermen that are actually doing that, and we all know what gears they're using at the time they're catching this bycatch. So I think the law enforcement issue is very slight when compared to overall harvest of Menhaden, to say that. But I'm happy to see this option make it up there, and we're definitely in support of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave Simpson.
Yeah, I'm certainly in support of the idea. I am a little bit concerned about not limiting this to limited access fisheries, and that this could proliferate. Also, going beyond pound nets makes me a little bit concerned. Gill nets and associated issues and the law enforcement concerns. I don't think I'll make a counter motion or amendment, but I just express that reservation and see if there's a broader feeling along those lines on the board.
Thank you. Next I had Rob O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I support this motion. I can appreciate the advisory panel comments on Option C, and in Virginia we do have limited entry in terms of we have two types of gill net licenses, Class A, which is limited, but we have Class B, which is open to those who can't have the same sort of privileges that a Class A can have in terms of length of net, for example, and location. So I think it does promote efficiency. I don't expect that There'll be a lot of companionship as far as two licensees with the gillnet fishery, but there will be some. There's also younger people moving up, which is why I think with 9 limited entry fisheries in Virginia overall, I think the idea to give younger people a chance to apprenticeship by way of working with someone is a benefit, and for that reason, rather than C, option B is the right option. Thank you.
Thank you, and then I will be coming back to you, but first I want to give other members of the board a chance to weigh in, and next I have Terry Stockwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in support of the motion on the board. As I'll report at the end of the other business, Maine has had an interesting summer, and alternatives such as this would provide additional flexibility to the state of Maine and the other states that intend to use the episodic quota.
Thank you. I'll go back to Marty Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PRC supports this motion as well for near identical reasons that Marilyn made the motion, for safety reasons, for efficiency and flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll go back to Lynn at this point. Oh, Lynn's fine. Any other comments on the motion? The matter, so I'm now going to move from the board to a brief opportunity for public comment. The matter, I will note, has gone through formal public comment, so while I'm willing to allow additional input at this time, that input must be brief, focus specifically and solely on the motion before the board, and it would really not be appropriate to repeat comments already provided on the record. So with those caveats, is there anyone from the public with a burning desire to provide additional comment? I hope I talked you out of it, and it looks like I did. So with that, we will now come back to the board, and I will afford a 30-second caucus, and then we will vote on this motion. Okay, ready for the vote? All in favor, please raise your hand. You can put the hands down. All opposed, like sign. Any null votes? Any abstentions? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. The next item to be decided is the implementation date. I'm just going to have Megan tee that up for us.
So at this point, we just needed to decide a deadline of when states have to implement this provision. A state can implement it as quickly as they like. However, we just want to set a date by which everyone must implement it. So it's usually helpful for states that are concerned about the timeline to speak up at this point.
So, for any state with such a concern, would anyone like to make a motion regarding the implementation date for this new bycatch, for this new adjustment to the bycatch provision? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that this option, that Addendum 1, be implemented as soon as a state can do so under its authority.
I'm going to look to staff. Is that an appropriate motion as far as an implementation date, or do we need a date specific?
It's better to have date specific, Mr. Chairman. However, since this is providing the states with essentially additional fishing opportunities, the effective date really is the date that the states are allowed to initiate processes to implement these regulations. So this is kind of the opposite of some of our plans, where we're not implementing a more restrictive season or size limit or something else. So you know, if you made the effective date essentially, you know, tomorrow, that means the states are allowed to start utilizing the provisions of the 6,000, 12,000, pound trip limits effective tomorrow. And then the states have to work through their processes to implement those regulations. So, I think in this instance where the board's affording states more flexibility, timing's not as critical. But a date certain would be nice.
So, Lynn, do you want to perhaps clarify that motion?
Sure, I can try. And I guess I didn't want to presume what other states' authorities are. For Maryland, we have the authority to implement immediately. So maybe, given what Mr. Beal said, the implementation date would be August 15th, and that means that states can implement any time after that, right? They don't have to have it in place by then. They can implement. Yeah.
That sounds reasonable.
August 15th.
Okay, so Lynn Fegley moves to enact a implementation date of August 15th. Is there a second to that? Marty Gary is the second. And of course, this would be pursuant to all other existing provisions that are already on the books. This would just enable the state to adjust its bycatch provision. So we have a motion regarding the implementation date. Discussion on that motion. Jim Gilmore.
Thanks, Chairman. I just want to clarify that, see, we can do it quickly too, but under emergency provisions, which I prefer to really say for emergencies, and this one's not. So our normal rulemaking process takes 3 to 6 months to do something like this. So if we began this immediately, does that still satisfy the implementation timeline?
I'm sorry, you're asking if you begin your rulemaking immediately? Yes, I think the answer is that if any state wishes to move forward to enact this new provision, they can do so, provided that it does not become effective prior to August 15th. Does anyone on the board have a different take on what I just said in terms of what this would mean? Seeing not, that's my interpretation of what the motion says. And with that, is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, is the board ready to vote? Is there any need to caucus? I'm assuming there may not be. So I'm going to look for a show of hands on the motion. All in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. Hands down. All opposed? Any null votes? Any abstentions? Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously. And we lastly just need a final motion on final adoption of Addendum 1 to Amendment 2 as specified by the board today. That would, in essence, be what the motion should read, or how it should read. Would anyone like to make that motion? Bill Adler.
Also move to approve the addendum as...
We have it up on the board, Bill.
Okay, yeah, well, that's one of those things. I want that, yeah.
Or at least we had it. I thought we had it. Maybe I was, I'm sorry, I might have jumped the gun. I looked up and saw language that looked to me like exactly what we were needing, but I think I know you well enough to know that you're going to defer to staff on this, so I think staff is putting up the motion as we speak. Oh, and there it is. Move to approve Addendum 1 as modified today. Couldn't be simpler. Moved by Bill Adler. Is there a second? There is a second by Emerson Hasbrook. This is I think we've dispensed with, we've had a good discussion on this, so I'm just going to assume we're ready to vote. It is a final action, so we do need a roll call vote, so I'll be asking Megan to call the roll now. Thank you.
Maine?
Yes.
New Hampshire?
Yes.
Massachusetts?
Yes.
Rhode Island?
Yes.
Connecticut?
Yes.
New York?
Yes.
New Jersey?
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Delaware?
Yes.
Maryland?
Yes.
Potomac River?
Yes.
Virginia?
Yes.
North Carolina?
Yes.
South Carolina?
Yes.
Georgia?
Yes.
Florida?
Yes.
NIMS?
Yes.
And Fish and Wildlife?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. And we did a great job with that in terms of keeping on time. Let's see if we can continue that with our next item. And that next item is fishery specifications for 2017. This is a final action item. We have 1 hour set aside for what I anticipate will be a robust discussion and decision on the issue. In terms of how we'll proceed, I will be first going to Megan for a staff presentation, then to Jason McNamee for the TC report, and then to Jeff Kalin for the AP report. After addressing any questions the board may have for Megan, Jason, or Jeff, I will be providing an opportunity for public comment. I will do so at that point, and then I will come back to the board for motions. So that's how I plan to proceed, and with that, I'll turn things over to Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just going to be very brief, but my goal here is to help provide context to this discussion since we don't have a formal recommendation on this. So in Amendment 2, the board can set an annual or multi-year TAC through board action, and this is supposed to be based on the best available science, which will be the projections that Jay will be showing momentarily. In the TC memo, there is no recommendation from the TC, and so I think our discussion today is going to be focused on risk and what level of risk the board is willing to accept when setting the TAC. We have a risk and uncertainty working group that is starting to think about these issues, but they have not completed that process yet. And so my goal is just to get everyone on the same page as to what risk is and look back and see what risk the board assumed in 2015. All right, so going off of a definition here, risk is a chance of adverse effects from deviations from expectations. And this is stemming from variability and uncertainty, which is very prevalent in fisheries management and what makes our job exciting and also challenging. So we have different sources of uncertainty, and many of these are coming from some of the thoughts that the risk and uncertainty working group is thinking about now. But we have biological uncertainty, so there's changes in recruitment, species interactions. We have management uncertainty, so either illegal or unreported catch, if bycatch goes over what we think. Scientific uncertainty is if we have incomplete data or imperfections in the model. And then ecological uncertainty, so changing ocean temperatures, phytoplankton abundance. All of these things influence the uncertainty and the risk that are within the Menhaden fishery. So we can look at the board decision in 2015 to kind of gauge where we were last time, and hopefully this will inform the discussion today. So in 2015, the board decided on a 10% increase in the TAC. And it's in between two of the projection runs, and I've outlined those in red on the slide. The top chart is the percent risk of exceeding the F target, and the bottom chart is the percent risk of exceeding the F threshold. So in 2015, the board assumed between a 57 and 62% chance of exceeding the F target, and then in 2016, that decreased to 28%, between 28% and 35.5%. In terms of exceeding the F threshold, the board assumed a 2% risk in 2015 and a 0% risk in 2016. So I'm hoping that this is brief but informative as to what happened last time and can provide some context, and I'll pass it off to Jay.
Thank you. Jason? And Jason, actually, before you begin, I just want to interject briefly here. I think you have a slide at the end of your presentation synced with the TC report, which is in the meeting materials, that addresses the TC's comments on the paper titled The Fate of an Atlantic Menhaden Year Class. Because that paper does not relate directly to the issue of 2017 specs, I'd like to just hold off a bit on that until the board gets through the spec setting process, then immediately circle back to it. So if you could just hit the pause button maybe when you get to that point in your presentation, we will come back to it after we complete the spec setting process. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think Megan may have actually moved it to make that flow a little better, so we should be all set. My name is Jason McNamee. I work for the Rhode Island Division of Marine Fisheries, chair of the Menhaden Technical Committee, and so I've got a brief presentation here where I'll walk through some of the projections, some of the numbers, so you kind of understand the playing field a little better, and we'll get into some risk and uncertainty discussion as well. So a little bit about the projection setup, just to catch you back up. At your last meeting, the board approved using the Beaufort assessment model. This is the Menhaden, the approved Menhaden model. The BAM model is how we commonly refer to it. And we followed the projection methodology that we had detailed during the last benchmark stock assessment in 2015. So a couple of the assumptions that go into these projections, and these are sort of standard assumptions that, you know, for a lot of species that you all deal with when you're talking about projections. But some of the assumptions are there are a lot of functional forms used to describe population dynamics. So these are curves to describe selectivity and things like that. Dome-shaped selectivity would be an example of that. One of the other big assumptions is that median recruitment over time is what we are assuming as we kind of tick forward in the projections. Another one is that the allocation stays the same between bait and reduction. So when we project forward, we're assuming that things are staying relatively stable with regard to which fishery is operating on the population, and that has the biggest impact has to do with the selectivity that we're applying. And we also assume that fishing mortality occurs throughout the year. One of the things that you approved is updating the catch input. So we had some data available to us that we didn't have when we ran the projections after the benchmark. And so we used actual landings for catch input in 2014 and 2015. The numbers are up there. And then we assumed that the entire TAC is taken in 2016, sort of a standard assumption when you're in the middle of a fishing year and you're not sure what happened yet. I think that may say 187,800. It should say 187,880. Sorry about that. The projection time frame, 2017 is the terminal year of the projection. The reason for that is, in particular with a species like Menhaden, you don't like to project out so far that you lose all of the existing data points. So 2017, we still have some information that came out of the terminal year of the stock assessment that's informing the projections. Just to give you a quick look at current stock status, here is the mean F for ages 2 to 4. So that's on the y-axis, and then the x-axis on this graph is year, going up in year from left to right. You can see both the threshold and the target indicated with the straight lines that are on there, and so you can see our mean F is below both the target and the threshold in the terminal year of the stock assessment. At the same time, when we're looking at biomass, in the case of Menhaden, we're talking about fecundity, a little bit different there. So the y-axis is fecundity, increasing as you go up the y-axis. Again, year along the bottom. Again, target and threshold are noted on the graph in the multicolored straight lines there. And you can see that the fecundity in the terminal year is a little bit below the target, but kind of bouncing right around that target at the top of the chart there. Okay, so at the last board meeting, you all provided us some very good guidance as far as what you wanted to see. I think there are a total of, I think it's 9 runs that we performed altogether. I'm sorry if I got that wrong, but there are several runs that you asked for. We broke them onto 2 slides so you could actually read them. So this first slide sort of indicates the first run there. Number 1 is just status quo, if we just rolled forward with the current TAC as specified. Then runs 2 through 5 are different increases to that current TAC. It goes from 5, 10, 20, up to 30%. So you can see both the percentage increase as well as the specified TAC that represents on this slide. there's tables and stuff that we'll kind of hang on at the end, so you don't have to memorize this stuff at this point. Hey, it was right, 9 runs altogether. So 6, 7, 8, and 9. So number 6 is actually another increase. That's a 40% increase from the current TAC. And then 7, 8, and 9, these are based on risk, and these are your risk of being, the probability rather, of being below the F target in 2017. And so you can see that probability increases as you go 7, 8, and 9, and you can you'll get a better look at what those numbers represent as we continue through the presentation here. So here is the first table. So I took all of the increase, just the proportional increases to the current TAC. I put those on a single slide. So number 1 is the status quo current TAC, and then 5, 10, 20, 30, and 40% increases to the current TAC. So the second column over in this table is what that TAC would be as calculated. And then the next column over, risk of exceeding the F target. So this would be with relation to fishing mortality, and it would be the risk that you have of going over, getting into a stock status, but we're talking about the target here and not the threshold with this first column. And so, not surprisingly, as you increase your harvest, the risk of exceeding the target increases. The final column, all the way on the right there, that is your risk of exceeding the F threshold. So this is, the area between target and threshold is the area that you want to be in, managing towards the target, but the threshold sort of bounds where you are. And you can see none of these has a risk, according to the projections, of exceeding the threshold. The next table, these are now the ones that are based on risk. Again, you can see the TACs associated with those different probabilities of being below the F target. And so those numbers are reciprocal of each other. Maybe that was sort of confusing. We apologize for that, sort of talking about it in 2 ways. But again, the middle column there, just to the right of TAC, that's risk of exceeding the F target. And you can see that sort of corresponds with how we kind of set the projection. But again, in none of these runs is there a risk of exceeding the F threshold. Okay, so this has an animation on it that we'll kind of click through. So Megan did a nice job of talking a little bit about risk and uncertainty, and I'll give it another shot. We've already talked a little bit about risk in the tables. Those are sort of noted by those proportions that I just kind of stepped through. Another way that this is represented to you all in the technical committee memos with these plots that had all kinds of lines on them. And so we wanted to just highlight when you're looking at that stuff so it's not confusing, we wanted to talk about it a little bit. So the projections are highly uncertain, said that probably 1,000 times already. The uncertainty, it's captured in the tables as I mentioned, and again in these figures. And so what we're representing, first to kind of orient you to these, there are 4 plots up there, and I'm not expecting you to be able to read them. They are in your memo. I'm just trying to give you a little more guidance as to what you're looking at when you're looking at the memo. Top left is the projection of fecundity. This is your biomass proxy. Just to the right of that is recruits. Bottom left is fishing mortality. And then the bottom right is the landings that are calculated by the projections. And so there are these sort of symmetrical lines. So the colored lines, again, represent the target and the threshold. Then you've got these solid and hashed lines that are kind of, curve-like, I guess. And the first one, the one right in the middle there with kind of the big dashes. That's the 50th percentile. So when we run these projections, we run it with certain types of uncertainty accounted for, and we do what we call a bootstrap. So we kind of run these with different starting inputs and then do a projection run and then do it again and do it again. It's pretty amazing with the power of our computers. Now we can do that pretty rapidly. Guessing there's probably about 1,000 bootstraps. I can't remember exactly how many Amy did. But the one in the middle, that is the middle of all of those, we'll just call it 1,000 runs. The next lines, kind of the dotted lines there, that now bounds all of the different runs by the 25th and 75th percentiles. So what we're trying to do is show you that you can get a lot of different answers from the projections, and you can look at where the majority of those projection runs fall, and that gives you a sense of a judgment of how much risk there is involved with picking any specific point in any given year. And then the final solid lines here are the 95th and 5th percentiles. Hopefully that helped a little and wasn't more confusing. All right, caveats. I've said this to you before. We think it's important to highlight again. So we ran these projections. One important thing, we put a lot of uncertainty into it, but one type of uncertainty that we've not accounted for is structural, or what they call model uncertainty. So it's important to understand that these projections are accounting for uncertainty, but a very specific type of uncertainty. Again, they are conditional on a set of functional forms, selectivity, recruitment, things like that are kind of based on, assumed, based on history and things like that. So they're not based on actual data, but on modeled representations of reality. Again, the fisheries were assumed to continue at current proportions of allocation between bait and reduction using current selectivities. So if new management regulations that alter these, that would affect the projection results. So if that were to change, our projections become less reliable. If future recruitment is characterized by runs of large or small year classes, like a number of years in a row that are below average, that would affect stock trajectories, things like that. And I think this is a final caveat. The projections apply the Baranov-Catch equation, and the important assumption associated with that is that mortality occurs throughout the year. So if you were to put in seasonal closures, something like that, that affects that assumption and can change the projections. So that is it on that, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to take any questions on the projections.
So thank you, Jason, very much. Excellent report. And I will take questions now for Jason. And again, I want to just note that it is question time, not comment, opinion, position time. So please, we will be getting to that. But for now, any questions for Jason on his presentation? Dave Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very helpful presentation as usual. I note the projection starts in 2014, goes out to 17. It appears the error bars are a little wider in 14, a little narrower in 17, seem to be. And I'm wondering actually so are you projecting, so is this through 2013 data and you're actually projecting 14? Where does the projection start would be my first question.
Okay, just checking. Good call, David, and yes, that's absolutely true. So the terminal year of the stock assessment is 2013, so the first year of projection is 2014. I think you're correct. Depending on which metric you're looking at, they do kind of condense as you get out in the projection, and I think a lot of that is because of the recruitment, the very reason why I made the comment about keeping at least one cohort, you can think of it that way, in there that we actually saw in 2013, keeping one cohort in the projections, because as you get further and further out, everything becomes model, projection model assumed, and so the uncertainty decreases.
Yes, so to follow on that then, given the comparatively short lifespan or number of ages in the Menhaden population now, it seems maybe in the neighborhood of 80% of the population is being projected out. In other words, this is largely a projection of not the stock with some adjustments, but the stock that will be assuming recruitment. So it is perhaps 80% dependent upon an assumption of recruitment, and not simply, adding a couple of years to a very broad age structure type of species.
Yeah, so I will say I'm not sure I would necessarily, just because I'm uncomfortable, that 80% number you threw out. Okay, so I take your point that you were just kind of offering, something in a relative sense, and so I think what you said is accurate. It's Menhaden, as we see them now, they do get out to 4, 5, 6, but we don't see very many of them as it stands now, and so that's correct. That's why, we suggest not projecting beyond 2017 because it becomes much more uncertain at that point, because everything becomes contingent on these functional forms and these sampling from the median recruitment, that sort of stuff.
Next I had Rob O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is along the lines in some way of what David was just asking about. But so, Jay, what you said was projections are highly uncertain, and then we have 5 uncertainties that you covered. I'm wondering if that's any different than, say, if you worked with other species. Could you sort of indicate whether these uncertainties are much different? Is this sort of typical for running projections? And then the other part of that is having an endpoint of 2017, so having a narrow band of the projections, how does that sort of mitigate any problems with uncertainties, and then later on when we talk about this risk?
Yep. I think the answer is, or maybe you weren't looking for a yes or no answer. So I think what you said is accurate in that the shorter projection mitigates the uncertainty to some degree. And so I think that comment is accurate. And then the other aspect is this wildly different from other species? And the answer to that is no. So it's all of these assumptions when you're projecting forward these are statistical models. So a lot of the species that we deal with at the Commission are modeled with statistical models. And so you all should be fairly familiar with these assumptions and the uncertainties associated with them, because they're fairly common across species. Each species has, the risk associated with those various assumptions may change on which assumption is more important for any particular species, but in general, there's nothing unique about the uncertainties with these projections that is specific to Menhaden.
Next I have Emerson Hasbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jason, for your presentation. I have 2 questions for Jason. One is you'd mentioned how the model uses median recruitment over time. I'm just wondering what that timeline is. How far back did you look, to use the median recruitment? That's the first question.
Yep. And so I think you can check me on this because I think it's in the memo, but I get conflated a little bit with all of the different species that I work with, and I'm pretty sure we use the entire time series for Menhaden, and so it's the median with uncertainty based on the entire recruitment time series for Menhaden.
Thank you. And my second question is, on some of the parameters, as you pointed out, there's quite a difference between the 25th percentile and the 75th percentile. So on the output, in terms of percent risk of exceeding F target, is there statistical significance, you know, or is there a significant difference between some of those projections? You know, I would guess, for instance, there's a significant difference between status quo and a 40% increase. But is there really any statistical difference between a 5% and a 10% or a 10% and a 20% increase, for instance? Thank you.
That's a tricky answer. So I think the way to think about it, this is a really healthy discussion at the technical committee meeting specifically about these plots, the uncertainty plots and the uncertainty bounds that we were representing. And so, you know, it's not, the way that these are performed, it's not necessarily probabilistic where you could determine statistics based on it. And so I think the better way to think about it is all of these various runs are all plausible, and so you can kind of, the median kind of hits the middle, but it's not that doesn't mean that is the most likely scenario. What it means is that's the middle of all the scenarios, and then as you spread out from that, you know, that central value, you're just bounding more of the runs fall within this range, and so you can have a level of comfort. Whatever your level of comfort is, you know, whether you are okay being in that 25th, 75th, that's a lot of the, you know, 1,000 runs, and so I'm comfortable with those. Or if you want to be really certain, I want all but 5% to be within, you know, the range that I'm comfortable with. So that's kind of the way you can think about it. They're all plausible, each of those individual runs, and you can just sort of bound the upper and the lower, you know, range of your comfort level with the risk you're willing to accept.
Next, I have John McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, regarding the projections and the level of uncertainty, was there any accounting for predator-prey interactions in that?
Good question. So, predator-prey interactions specifically, the answer is no. There is a natural mortality assumption in there, and so natural mortality is, not to demean it, but sort of a catch-all that's supposed to account for predation, everything that's not, all of the removals that are not attributed to fishing. So, you know, natural mortality is in there. Specifically predator-prey interactions, the answer is no.
Follow?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, just for clarification, that M2 value really just accounts for predator impacts on prey and not the impacts a reduced amount of prey would have on predators, correct?
Traditionally, the definition of M2, I think what you've said is correct. We do not partition natural mortality. There's a single M, so it's not partitioned into M1 and M2 for the projections or the model, for the BAM model for that matter.
Next, I have Bill Goldsboro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think my question was asked, but maybe I'll just boil it down and ask it anyway, and that is just for clarification, Jason, that the projections are based on the last assessment and the reference points in the assessment, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Adam Nowoski.
Thank you very much. You've been doing these projections for a long time on many different species. Can you let us know when the last time every run you did for a species generated a 0% chance of overfishing, and what was your last recollection of a management body taking management action on 0% risk of overfishing?
Yeah, I think the answer is I don't know that I've ever experienced that personally. I think it's a good observation, sort of unique in this situation with Menhaden relative to other species that I've dealt with that, I think that ASMFC has dealt with.
Any other questions, loaded or unloaded? Seeing none, there'll obviously be more time to circle back to this, but at this point I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Kalin for the AP report. Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board. Again, you've got my the drafted report in front of you. The point I did make earlier, we only had 5 of 15 AP members on this call, and that's why later in the agenda the board will have an opportunity to discuss repopulating the AP. However, 2 AP members advised that the board maintain the current TAC, 188,000 metric tons, until Amendment 3 is completed and implemented in 2018. They stated the purpose of the amendment is to reallocate menhaden between states and the ecosystem. To change the TAC before this time would be premature, given ecological reference points are being developed, and there's an ongoing socioeconomic study on the commercial fishery. Furthermore, they express concern that the projections are based on the current single-species reference points and therefore do not consider the impact of an increased TAC on predators. Overall, these AP members recommended the board maintain the status quo TAC until the ecological and socio-economic implications of an increase can be fully understood. I believe that the BURP process is supposed to be completed by 2018 or 2019. 2 AP members recommended the board increase the TAC to a level that has a 50% probability of being below the F target in 2017, which is a 267,500 metric ton target. They felt that the resource is underfished since there's a high abundance of juvenile fish in the bays and estuaries, and many states-directed fisheries are already closed. As a result, they felt the risks associated with a 50% probability of exceeding the F target is well within the sustainable limits of the menhaden fishery. These members also stated the recent stock assessment was robust in considering predator needs, and they were not concerned that projections are based on single-species reference points. Furthermore, they stated that Amendment 3 will primarily focus on allocation, and as a result, there is no need to hold off on a decision regarding an increase of the coastwide TAC. One AP member felt that a 40% increase in the coastwide TAC was too large, but didn't provide specific detail on what level of TAC he preferred. Mr. Chairman, I'm in receipt of the memo that basically says if I want to make any further comments, I should go to the microphone. I'm not going to do that in the interest of time because I think it's pretty clear to the board members that I was one of the 2 AP members that recommended an increase. So I won't take any more of your time on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff on the AP report? Adam.
Thank you very much. So Mr. McMurray asked a question about the accommodations within the projections for predation, but then we have the comment in the AP report that some AP members felt the recent stock assessment was robust in considering predator needs. Can you refresh us what those considerations might have been in the last stock assessment that are going into the decisions that we're deliberating on today? Assuming that is an accurate statement from the AP, and that might be for staff or somebody to answer as well.
Yeah, I guess I'll turn it over to Jason, but my understanding is that this, M vector that has been generated in the BAM model is to the extent that data is available, does try to project predator needs, and that the human predators, get the remainder. So it's our view in the industry that, even though the burp process hasn't been completed and we don't know what the impact on the predators are, whether they're all healthy or whether there's an impact from menhaden or not. We pointed out that that process isn't completed until 2018 or 2019. And as you pointed out, this is a very unique situation where all the options in front of the board are all about eliminating underfishing and not we're nowhere near overfishing. So I think that the industry people on the call feel that the BAM assessment model, to the extent that the data exists, projects predator needs adequately. And I don't know if Jason wants to fill in the blanks on the M vector or not, but thank you for the question, Adam.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So, yeah, just a comment. Maybe I'll speak about the robustness. And so in the assessment, so just to be very clear, M is not explicitly about predation. M is about predation and old age and environmental mortality. All of that's captured in M. So it's more than just predation. It goes in as a single value by age. And we did test some uncertainties. Specifically, one of the sensitivity runs we did in the assessment was to use the variability from the multi-species, the MSVPA model that exists that we updated with the last benchmark. That creates a age and time-specific natural mortality matrix. And so we use the variability in that matrix and the variability, not the values, and ran a sensitivity based on that variability. And so, you can make a judgment as to the robustness, but it was certainly a sensitivity that we tested in the assessment.
Any other questions for Jeff? Seeing none, I am now going to provide an opportunity for public comment. We have a public comment microphone in the back corner, so if you have an interest, please head that way. I ask for your indulgence in 3 ways. First, please focus your comments on any of the 9 options that are before the board on this issue. Please be as concise as possible, and by that I mean 3 minutes or less. And lastly, please refrain from repeating any points made by anyone who may have preceded you. That's in the interest of trying to keep this meeting moving along. So with that, is there anyone from the public who would like to address the board? Yes, Patrick. And please, even if I know who you are and am good in saying your name correctly, please identify yourself before you speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick Paquette, I'm a recreational angler and stakeholder representative from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'm very happy today to come to you singing a different song than I normally do when it comes to Menhaden, because for the first time in over 15 years, the southern waters of Massachusetts, a chocker block full of Menhaden, from an area called the Golf Balls, or basically for the line where the mid-Atlantic bight of the West and North Atlantic Ocean meets, where the mid-Atlantic and the North Atlantic meet at Race Point. South of that, our waters are filled with Menhaden. Striped bass have come in from the deep waters, and we're experiencing some of the best inshore fishing that we have in a decade on the backside. To the point that in the last 2 weeks, members of the Massachusetts Beach Buggy Association, and the beach buggy crowd tends to be an older crowd now. Younger people don't go to the beach that way anymore because the fishing has been, quite frankly, horrible for years. But shore fishing is rejuvenated. 65-year-old women and 75-year-old men are posting pictures on social media of a 35-pound striped bass caught off a Nauset Beach, where the world record once came from. It's like our ecosystem is rejuvenated. And oh, by the way, in all of these posts, not one complaint about seals. There's enough fish on the back, there's enough forage on the backside of the Cape for the first time in a couple of decades that we're not complaining about seals. That's what you folks did in Amendment 2. You put a quota on Menhaden, and for the last 4 years, we have watched incremental recapture of the stocks range to the north. We watched last year as that wall of Menhaden came all the way up to Narragansett Bay. The year before, they flooded the Sound. We've got that luxurious problem of New York having to hire commercial fishermen to empty out a river to avoid a fish kill. The people in Massachusetts Bay haven't yet experienced that. This wall in Menhaden reaches Race Point, and it hasn't quite gone that much farther. Yes, there is an episodic event going on in Maine, but in Gloucester, where there used to be a plant from Menhaden, they haven't seen it yet. In Boston Harbor, off of Duxbury, in that part of Massachusetts Bay, that's next year. I'm pretty sure it's next year because I believe in what I've watched for the last 4 years. The northern end of this range is starting to get fish back. If this was river herring, the TC and members of the scientific heavyweights around this board would be talking about letting this species have one full generation of recovery throughout the range before we started to put precautionary regulations on increasing harvest. I agree, there is a harvest increase coming. I agree with that. I believe that Massachusetts commercial fishermen should be selling bait to the Massachusetts tackle shops that I represent. I believe that the Rhode Island bait fleet needs more bait because they have fish. But I think you only do that when the range has been recaptured, and you do that while you do ecological reference points in Amendment 3. That's the time for the increase. You sat, and I understand, Mr. Chair, you need me to be done, but just this last point. The industry said through the last AP meeting that they want stable regulations. To increase today, and then in Amendment 3 after the next stock assessment in, 2 years, to be talking about some sort of an ecological reference point with an allocation redone, there's going to be changes. Why would we do it a short-term thing right now for 1 year when for most states it's going to be like less than 1%? It makes no sense to us to do the increase now. There is an increase coming. It should be done when Amendment 3 goes on the water with ERPs and a reallocation, and that we set how this fishery is going to be managed into the future. This seems just like short-sighted and a little bit, I don't want to say greed, but just a little, it's premature. Like, we've got something really good going on with Menhaden, and oh, by the way, wouldn't it be nice for the ASMFC to have a flag besides striped bass to be proud of? You've got that opportunity right now. We are so close. We are so close if you continue to do this right. You've done some courageous things that are finally paying off, and I get to come here and not complain about Menhaden, and I love that, and I thank you for that. And my anglers thank you for that, but let's just finish it. Let's let the rest of them have the fish too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, yes, sir.
My name is Terry Gibson. I'm from Florida. I'm an erstwhile charter captain and outdoor writer. A couple of profound things happened this year. I got my first set of reading glasses, and I had my first baby in the same year. And it gave me pause, and I've been thinking about how long I've been trying to bring Menhaden back. I mean, I saw as a child in the 80s massive shoals of Menhaden off southeastern Florida off of Stewart. And until a couple of years ago, until 2012, when you actually took some dramatic steps to rebuild this population, I seriously doubted if any offspring of mine, if I ever had them, would actually get to see Menhaden in our waters again. They certainly aren't there now. And to echo what Patrick Paquette just said, we've got to bring these things back to the full extent of their historic range. That's from Maine to Florida, not from the south side of the Cape to North Carolina, although there are a few fish off of South Carolina and Georgia and Florida. But the kids that now think that there's huge schools of Menhaden off of northeast Florida can basically net those schools up with 1 or 2 throws with a 12-foot net. I mean, the baseline shift here is so profound, and I just don't feel like the science is reflecting that. And it really angers me that you all are sitting here considering an increase when you've got more information coming in a year or so. And in all these models, these biological reference points that are coming and that have been used elsewhere in the world successfully, and we're talking about increasing, taking away from future generations and not rebuilding fish in places that are in as much trouble as Florida is right now. I don't know if you all have paid attention to what's happened to our estuaries, but they've collapsed. And this is no reflection on our Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. They don't manage water quality. And I was talking to Jim Estes yesterday about this, and he's saying that some of our bait guys' landings are pretty steady. Well, that doesn't really show how many fish are in the water. That shows how good of fishermen they are. That's CPUE. That information isn't that valuable. I can tell you where they aren't, where it's physically impossible to catch them, and that's the southern extent of their range. And I can tell you that fish captains throughout the southern states are struggling to catch the bait they need because they haven't come back there yet. We need to bring these fish back. Everybody deserves them. So please do not make any changes in the allocation right now. Let's be patient. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ben Landry. I'm with Omega Protein, and I've spoken to a number of you all before, and I think what this boils down to for me and for the people that I work with is the fundamental fairness of this species trying to be treated the same as other species. I've sat around this commission for a number of years, seen stocks of other species that have been far more troubled, and the call from other groups is to delay, don't impose cuts, or let's wait till another assessment. You have the exact opposite with this species. You have perhaps the most comprehensive assessment that was released just 18 months ago, showing that the stock is not overfished, overfishing is not occurring. The TC runs these projection models on what would occur to the stock if different increases be put into place, and it shows such a little risk of even reaching the target and zero risk of overfishing the stock. And I hear from some commissioners, well, that's not enough for me. 0% likelihood of not overfishing the stock is not enough. I don't know what that commissioner needs to be convinced that this is a robust stock. It's expanding in its range. That is of no debate. We spent the earlier part of the morning working on provisions in Addendum 3 to help fishermen navigate the regulatory process. You could help fishermen very easily by increasing this quota right now with very little risk of reaching the target, no risk of overfishing the stock. So the time is now. I don't know. I can't count on there being a future time where we have this discussion. There's very little risk now. I would suggest that 20 or 30% increases still being very reasonable to protect this stock. Secondly, I hear from a lot of commissioners that, well, my allocation is low, an increase won't help my fishermen. And I couldn't disagree more. Is it the allocation that you want? Perhaps not. But there's not a fisherman here that would turn down a 20 or 30% increase to their bottom line. You're just kidding yourself if you think that you're the one protecting your fishermen. That fisherman wants access to more fish, and you can do so with little risk. So I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, yes, sir. Your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Sikorsky. I am the Government Relations Chairman for CCA Maryland, and I'm also a Menhaden AP member. I won't say much. I will say that I support what Mr. Paquette said, and want to provide a little perspective in Maryland with regard to the abundance and the state of the stock there, and how it relates to your decisions you're facing today. And also a comment about the science, and I'll lead with that. You increased quota as science guided you in the past, as you initiated Amendment 3. And I think that was the right step in the right direction, and the press reflected that, initiating ecosystem-based reference points and a small increase in quota was the right thing to do at that time. You have not received updated science to tell you what effect that had on the stock, and that's something that should lead to the amount of caution that you use in making the decision moving forward. And in the AP report, there's something that I probably should have said on the AP call but missed, and so I'll say it now, and that's, for a forage species like Menhaden, I don't believe underfishing can occur. These fish are utilized by a number of predators that this board manages and this board doesn't manage, endangered species, all that other kind of stuff, birds. And we're seeing that expand. The stories that Patrick's talking about are the successes that we're seeing. We have striped bass on the rebound. We've had good young of year. Those fish need the young that this Menhaden adult stock can produce. I was fishing last week on the bay during an artificial reef deployment that CCA did. There were peanut bunker everywhere, and I haven't seen them in that quantity in a long time. Our striped bass have been gorging on bay anchovies and silver sides because it's all that's left. But we're starting to see some young of the year. We're starting to see maybe some abundance and some increase in the recruitment of this stock. It's because of the good work you did by reducing quota and being cautious. So I urge you to continue to be cautious, and I appreciate the time to provide comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes. I'm sorry, 3 hands are up, so if just next up. Thank you.
2 of them were mine, Bob, so I tricked you, given your eyesight this morning. My name is Greg DiDomenico. I'm the Executive Director of the Garden State Seafood Association. I'm going to be brief as possible. I'm speaking on behalf of a group of fishermen from New Jersey who are in the bait fishery and in the gillnet fishery and in the purse seine fishery. And I mention that because I've heard testimony prior to me that they're speaking on behalf of other people who have also seen increases in the stock. Now, please remember that the New Jersey fishermen took a very, very serious and significant reduction in their fishery when the commission took action a few years back to implement the quota. You did so on similar advice or similar results from an assessment as you have today. So I'm asking for the same reaction that the commission took when you received information that the stock was slightly overfished in its terminal year. Now you have an opportunity to increase landings based upon best available science, based upon a stock that's the highest it's ever been in the last 15 years, based upon a series of increases that have zero risk of overfishing. So I'm asking for some consistency. I'm asking for the commission to understand the impact to fishermen from our state who were greatly impacted by the actions you took a few years ago. They want to be successful as well. They're asking me why there's even a discussion about increases in this fishery this year, given the science and given the fact that there was a 0% chance of overfishing. And I have to go back to them, explain to them, I have to go back and explain to them how this commission took action. I hope I can go back and say that they increased it by 40%. They abided by the science, which says to be a 0% chance of overfishing. So I support the 40%, and I thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. And thank you. Everyone has been keeping within 3 minutes, and I really appreciate that. It really is helping with the flow of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. My name is Monty Deal. I was the general manager of the Omega Protein plant in Reedville. There's no one in this room who 3 years ago had to sit and tell more people that they had lost their jobs than I did. My family's been in this business, working there for over 100 years. Many of these people were my friends. They were my family. Many of those people are still not back to work. There's no reason now, no one blames this board for what happened 3 years ago. I sat through all the meetings. I think people did what they felt was right and based on the information that they had at the time. But now you've got different information, and there's really no reason that we can't put all these people back to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. You've had your hand up. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Captain Robert Newberry. I'm chairman of the Delmarva Fisheries Association. We are affiliated with the Southeastern Fisheries Association out of Florida. What we've heard here today, we've heard several years back in Maryland. And, you know, we were unfortunate that we had to take legal action, but during the course of that illegal action, we had found out that this species was not being overfished, that overfishing did not occur, and in the course, you know, we may have lost the case on technicality, on merit, but on merits, we established that certain facts. Well, the year after that, we received a 10% increase in our fishery in Maryland, and by the way, thank you very much for the bycatch that was approved here today. I'm going to be able to take this home to my people that I represent on the Eastern Shore of Maryland, and they'll be very happy with this. But, you know, if you're looking at these facts that you've presented here today, that there's a 0% chance of overfishing and affecting it, I can't see why there shouldn't be an increase. I mean, it's up to this board to determine the percentage of the increase. I understand that. That's not my job. But, you know, the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And, you know, all we've heard is an increase. I'm fortunate enough to be on the Chesapeake Bay majority of the week, and I also do some offshore fishing. I mean, I've seen an increase in the Chesapeake Bay in the amount of fish that we had. I mean, I'm out there every day. I'm not like a lot of people that study it that come out occasionally. I'm out there try to be out there 7 days a week unless I'm fishing in the ocean. Last year we saw as far out as 55, 60 miles, to our amazement, large schools of Menhaden out on the edge of the Baltimore Canyon and south in the Washington Canyon. So, I mean, the fact is that the fish are out there. You know, our fishery in Maryland is so limited. We're stationary gear, and, you know, you can probably count all our Menhaden fishermen in the bay on two hands. But as far as it goes on the states, you know, other states that can benefit from this, from increased landings, I would urge this board, you know, with the 0% chance of any effectiveness on overfishing, to approve. You know, it's your decision what percentage you want to go with. But thank you very much once again for the 12,000-pound bycatch for our state. It means a lot for our guys, and it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Sean.
Hi, Sean Gann. I work with Omega Protein and the Menhaden Coalition. I just want to raise a quick point, because we've heard a couple of times this recovery began because of Amendment 2, but I would point out that as the stock assessment shows, we've actually been fishing under the new reduced fishing mortality target since 2002. The population, in terms of fecundity, has been at its highest sustained level in those last 3 years of the assessment. Greg noted that the 2012 assessment showed a slight chance of overfishing in the terminal year, but also a severe retrospective pattern, which was overestimating fishing mortality and underestimating the population. That was corrected in the peer-reviewed benchmark assessment. And so it wasn't a dramatic departure in any sense from before, and I think that everyone, just what we've heard from testimony today from both sides, is the population's increasing. A 20% increase would put the fishery back to where it was those last 3 years, a little below where it was the last 3 years before Amendment 2, 2010 to 2012. It keeps faith with the manager's promise that when we think action needs to be taken, we're going to take action. But it's always premised on the message to the industry that at the end of the day, when things are better, you'll benefit. And that's all we're asking for. Just put us back to where we were when we know the stock was fished below our current target and the population was abundant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I see two more hands, so I'm going to take two more comments. Yes, the gentleman in the blue shirt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank everybody for the bycatch that you're granted us. It's very valuable to our fishery. However, with there being no Robert T. Brown, President of the Maryland Watermen Association. With there being no chance of, as they predict, of overfishing, we could really use an increase, and we're due to it. As you know, we have been through, it's been hard for all of us to do this, and it was a hard decision for you all to make to cut us 3 years ago as you did. But a sword has two sides to it. Well, you use one side of the sword and you cut us 3 years ago. Now it's time to use the other side and cut us the same way and put us back on the right track to catching more fish. It's very easy, it seems like, when we come up here to see a fishery cut. We have to beg and plead, it seems like, and try to get it reopened again. The best science available says that it's a good chance to open it up, that that's the right track. The fish are coming back. I heard them say before they didn't see many small fish. They need to come around and look in our creeks during the spring and the early part of the summer. We've had more small menhadens, say 2 to 3 inches, or even smaller in the creek, school after school after school in our creeks. And now they've moved out in the river some, but they're up on top of the flats in the shallow water because they're small and they're trying to stay away from the bigger predators. We need to increase. We feel that it's time to do it because the science is there to approve it, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Ken, last comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ken Hinman, President of Wild Oceans and also a member of the Menhaden Advisory Panel. And I've heard a couple of times this morning that you need to treat menhaden the way you treat, the same as the way you treat other species. And we hear everybody looking at the single species assessment and the single species reference points applied to it and the projections, they're using both of those things as if menhaden are just like any other species. But that's the whole point. Menhaden aren't like all other species. They are a critical forage species. Striped bass and a whole bunch of other fish, a whole bunch of other wildlife depend on an abundance of menhaden. That's why this commission since 2001 has been talking about moving to an ecosystem-based approach to menhaden. That's why you initiated Amendment 3 a year ago to develop ecological reference points, and that's why the BURP is looking at moving away from a single species assessment model to a multi-species ecosystem-based model. They're not the same as other species. Don't look at these projections. Don't look at what you should do right now in terms of menhaden as just any other species. They're an important forage species, and you have to wait for this other information to come in. To give a raise now is like giving the employees in your business a raise before you figure out what your budget is next year. Next year, we're going to have a lot of information on the way we manage forage species in other fisheries. We're going to have a lot of information on allocation. We're going to have a lot of information to make the decision that you should not be making now. Make it then when you will make an informed decision and you'll be able to manage this fishery and the abundance of menhaden for the long term rather than just being flip-flopping back and forth every other year. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to thank everybody who just spoke. I think this really helps inform the process, and I think everyone really offered their views in a very thoughtful and effective way. So thank you all for your contributions. So now we turn it back to the board, and at this time, having pretty much covered all of the preliminaries, I would entertain motions, in particular a motion on specifications for the menhaden fishery for 2017. And I see a hand up, Marty Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to put a motion on the table to start our discussion.
Go ahead.
And if I get a second to that, I'd like to have an opportunity to provide some commentary to support that. Would move to set the coastal total allowable catch of Atlantic menhaden for 2017 at 225,456 metric tons, parentheses, 20% increase from the current TAC, close parens.
Okay, well, first, is there a second to that motion? There's a second by Mr. Schill. So motion by Mr. Gary, seconded by Mr. Schill, and let's wait and get that up on the board before let me say this. As we're getting that, did staff get that, or do we need to have that said again? Okay, so as staff is getting it up, and I will come back to you, Marty, to make sure that we have it correct, but as we're doing that, I'd like to just ask for a show of hands. I want to make sure this is a balanced discussion, so we'll go forward in the way that we need to do, and that is we'll go pro and con. So a show of hands for those who would like to speak in favor of the motion that is being put up on the board. Mr. Schill, I will be going to Marty and Mr. Schill. A show of hands for those who would like to, I'm sorry, yes, we have Russ Allen as well. I won't call out your names. Megan will be writing them down. Anyone else at this early stage of the game, recognizing that, or early stage of the process, I mean, not demean us. Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Keep your hands up. Megan is going to write down your names, and I just want to make sure we'll go through everyone. And keep your hands up as Megan writes them down. And I see we're still working on the motion, but I want to make sure, I want to go back to Mr. Gary and make sure it's accurate. How are we looking, Marty?
I think that captures the motion I made, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So with that, keep your hands up. We're making sure we've got everybody listed. All right, I'm going to, so you can put your hands down, thank you. And if we miss anyone, I will absolutely give you the opportunity. Everyone will get a chance to speak. I just want to make sure we do things as orderly as possible. Marty, I'm going to go to you first for comments on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board for the opportunity to speak to you. So first I want to say I was struck by Adam Nowalski's question to Dr. McNamee about the risk and quantifying that against historical opportunities we've seen in the past. And it really hit me. Best science, 0% chance of crossing F threshold, and at best, in the most liberal option, a flip of the coin to surpass the target. But at the same time, the science isn't perfect, and the discussion is infused, it's very energized with emotion and passion, and it's just not that simple. So I wanted to give you a quick snapshot of our commission's perspective on this issue and why I put that motion on the table. First, a snapshot of our fishery. We have 20 pound netters in our fishery. They have a approximately 2.5 million pound quota. They report weekly to us. When they cross the 70% threshold of quota attainment, they have a mandatory telephone call-in. When they hit the 90% threshold, we project for the close date, make sure we don't surpass the quota, and we shut them down, they switch to bycatch. And we do thank the board for their vote this morning to afford more flexibility with the bycatch provision. In 2015, the most recent year I can reference, we attained our bycatch switchover on September the 25th. So any increase in the TAC will help our fishermen in our pound net fishery and might eliminate the bycatch provision altogether for us, depending on the level of magnitude of the increase in the TAC. So our fishermen are supportive of a liberal increase. But again, that's the fishery, that's the pound net fishermen. It's more than that. It's a community, right? We're all interdependent upon one another. And so we have other stakeholders. We have crabbers that buy bait from the pound net fishermen, and they want to see an abundant Menhaden resource in the river. And they want to see a consistent supply of bait that they can use. We have an emerging blue catfish fishery, an invasive species that surpassed our rockfish landings, our striped bass landings, and it's encroaching upon our Menhaden quota, incredibly. But they use Menhaden for bait as well. We also have a for-hire fleet, charter boat operators, sport fishermen. They buy bait from our pound netters. And they want a supply of bait, but they also want to see Menhaden in the river. They want to see an abundant prey resource for predator species like striped bass, weakfish, and bluefish. So they care, and they're concerned about the availability of Menhaden and opening up the quota too much. So after careful deliberation amongst our commissioners and listening to all the feedback we had from our Finfish Advisory Committee and the different members of our community as a whole, you know, it's just not that simple to liberalize or hold status quo. All the groups had good arguments, the very same ones you heard from our public speakers. In a microcosm, the feedback to our commissioners was almost identical to what we heard this morning from the cross-section of folks that spoke during the public speaking opportunity. So, and those of you that know the history of PRFC know from one side of the river to the other, Menhaden management can and has been extremely polarizing. So I thought it was pretty amazing that after canvassing our commissioners, despite disparate viewpoints, almost unanimous support for a compromise. And that compromise was the 20%. And that was based on feedback within our community, and then also reviewing the letters that all of you took the time to submit. Wild Oceans, Ben Landry, others, forwarded everything to them. I think they really carefully considered this. And while our perspective on a compromise of 20% might not be reflective of what you and your communities feel, we think that that is a good spot, and I hope you'll consider that. But again, this is a broader issue than one fishery, one perspective. It's more holistic than that, and we are interdependent at the PRFC community level, and we're interdependent all the way up to this level where all of the representatives from around the coast are sitting at the table to weigh in on this issue. So I hope this is a good start to our discussion this morning. I'm not sure it will be representative of the end point, but I think from our perspective it would be an area that we would be comfortable with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next I'll go to Jerry Schill, whose name is also up on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Jerry Schill. I'm a one-time proxy for Representative Bob Steinberg. As I understand the SOPs, I can make motions, I can debate, I cannot vote. This isn't the first time I've carried a one-time proxy. In the late 1980s, there was a governor's appointee named Kenny Daniels from North Carolina that asked me to attend my very first ASMFC meeting, and I said sure, not knowing what the ASMFC was or did. But on the plane ride up here, I actually read the charter. Actually read it. And when I got here, I sat around the table and kept looking at the charter and listening to the debate and thought, gee, they're not listening to their own charter. And I made that point known, and I was told that while I had some very valid points, the various reasons why that wasn't taking place, and I said, it doesn't say you should, it says you shall do certain things. And that, at that time, governor's appointees, legislative appointees were very slim around this table and very little input from them. But that's changed to the good, I do believe. But I just want you to know that sometimes one-time proxies don't come to you as a neophyte, but do know the process a little bit. Now, I did take a short respite from my duties in fisheries in North Carolina, and when I was up north in Pennsylvania spreading manure, I thought fondly of all the times I sat around listening to the debates of South Atlantic Council, Mid-Atlantic Council, and the ASMFC. And I do say fondly. I even, you know, when you go into a barn, fresh hay of timothy and clover and alfalfa, it has a narcotic effect, so much so that I found myself missing Tom Foti. Tom and I go way back. Listen, I've sat around these tables. I served 2 terms on the South Atlantic Council, and many times I'd go back to commercial fishermen and they would say, whose side are you on anyway? But when you raise your right hand to do this job, you don't take it lightly. You don't raise your hand to represent a certain organization. You raise your hand to do the right thing of what you're charged to do. And I took that very seriously. And the one thing, and I very much agree with a lot of things that Mr. Gary said, I'm very pleased that he mentioned blue catfish. I believe that's something that this board needs to take very seriously. It is a threat to our ecosystem, and I think that is one place where recreational fishermen, commercial fishermen, and environmental causes can get together and work on jointly. But I look at this as a little bit different because over the years I've had to be the bearer of those bad news. My job wasn't just to take the charge of what commercial fishermen thought and go and be like a bull in a china closet and do their bidding. It was also to take information that I gathered in places like this back to them and be the bearer of bad news, whether it be to address trawl bycatch in the shrimp trawl fishery, or turtle excluder devices in the shrimp trawl fishery, or dealing with ITPs for sturgeon or whatever. And again, many times, even to this day, since I've been back in the saddle since the last 3 years, that whose side are you on anyway? Well, you know, when you go to them and the science says you have to take reductions, it's a bitter pill to swallow, but that's what you have to do. But when the shoe is on the other foot, as in today, fairness, ladies and gentlemen, is what this is all about. Now, I could talk to you about what this means to North Carolina's bait fishermen. We banned the reduction fishery, I think, unwisely in 2012. If I'd have been there, I don't think it would have been done by the General Assembly. But again, that was based on bad information. I think it was wrong for our General Assembly to ban the reduction fishery. That's not fair. It was based on bad information. This is a time to start payback. Fishermen aren't seeing it. I hate to say this, but since I've been involved in this, in 1987 is when I started, the number of commercial fishermen in North Carolina has declined, the number of commercial fishing boats has declined, and the average age of commercial fishermen has increased greatly. Now that's not great. So in those years that I've been involved, it's kind of like building a house for 30 years and you haven't got beyond the foundation. As a matter of fact, it's gotten less. It's not a very easy way to do things. But ladies and gentlemen, again, this is all about fairness. We're talking about a 0% probability of exceeding the threshold fishing mortality rate. And finally, I will say this, that in keeping with the one-time proxy, if I wasn't a one-time proxy, I would have amended the motion for 40% increase. But I know Bob Steinberg, I know how he feels, and that's the reason why I'm agreeing to a 20% increase. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Robert Boyles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are challenging times. A lot of complex issues, a lot of competing interests, and I'd like to thank everybody who's shown up today to comment. I'd like to thank everybody who has shown up and has participated in what I think is a bastion of liberty. Difficult issues, complex questions, competing interests, and a lot of passion. And I thank everyone around the table and in the community for sharing those with us. I think where I find myself with this situation with Menhaden, I'd like to lay out to you maybe 4 interests. I think I'm interested in developing a long-term strategy for effective management of this very, very important resource upon which so many people's livelihoods, avocations, communities, and recreation depends. So I'm interested in getting things correct. We made a commitment, this board made a commitment some time ago we began to work on Amendment 3 with 2 very, very big and very, very complicated tasks at hand. And that was to deal with the complicated and challenging and vexing issue of allocation, and also to deal with the complicated, vexing equally difficult issue of developing ecosystem reference points. So from my perspective, Amendment 3 is the prize, and I recognize and appreciate the sacrifices that have been made by industry. I recognize and appreciate the sacrifices that have been made by many people to engage with this board to share their wisdom with us. And it's the wisdom of Solomon that I pray for today. Mr. Chairman, I believe we have one opportunity here to get things correct. And I think that opportunity is Amendment 3. Complicated, challenging, competing interests, a lot of passion. But I think we need to maintain our commitment to deal with these issues headlong. And I think we need to have the opportunity to fully discuss and consider the impacts of the long ball game with Amendment 3. And there are two things that have struck me as we have discussed these issues for many, many months. Clearly, everyone here is very, very interested in the sustainability and the health of the resource. I think we all can deal with disagreement and divergence of opinions. I find it difficult to deal with apathy, so I'm grateful that we're not dealing with apathy about the Menhaden resource. So I'm grateful for that. The second thing I think that we can offer is stability in the decision-making process. And I'm concerned with the motion on the board that we may find ourselves painted in the corner once we get the results of the next stock assessment, once we hear from our technical advisors on how we deal with ecosystem reference points. And I'm afraid we may paint ourselves in the corner with this motion today. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I would like to make a motion to amend Mr. Gary's motion to maintain status quo for fishing year 2017. Thank you.
Is there a second? Seconded by Richie White. So we have a motion to amend to, and I'm going to wait till it gets up on the board, but I believe the motion was to amend by maintaining status quo for the 2017 fishery. And I just want to make sure we get that correct. We have a motion by Mr. Boyles and a second by Richie White to maintain status quo for the 2017 coastal TAC for the Atlantic Menhaden fishery. Is that an accurate read of your motion, Mr. Boyles?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let me go to Richie White for the next comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's always extremely difficult to follow Robert. So I have very little to add to his eloquent remarks. What I would add is my constituents have told me that even though there are finally some Menhaden north of us in Maine, we have not seen any here, seen any in New Hampshire yet. And their comments are, we're finally starting to see some, don't screw it up. Give it a chance to fill in some more, give us a chance to see some for a few years. With those comments and with all the other public input that we've gotten, which is overwhelming, I support this motion.
Thank you. I'll go to Russ Allen next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, I will not support this motion. I would be remiss to my constituents who have suffered from the cuts we have made, which, that wasn't a bad thing. It's what we did. We have a 0% chance of overfishing, and there should be some sort of opportunity for them to get some of this back. And, our purse seine fishery is closed right now. Our bait fishery closes, our small fishery closes for the most part for most of the year. This would give them the opportunity of lasting a little longer during the course of a year. And, Maybe 20% might have been too much, but there's no reason for us to sit here and say, stay status quo for next year, then be waiting for an amendment or an addendum that might take another year or two down the line. So now we're talking, okay, we'll just stay status quo until the next assessment. On the last assessment, we made cuts. We just had an assessment that showed no overfishing is happening. We're not overfishing. It's not overfished. Yet we're not going to give them any fish back. So I cannot support this motion, and I may even move to substitute at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to now take a comment in support of the amended motion. Dr. Pierce, would you be speaking in support? Thank you. You're next.
All right, thank you. I do indeed support the motion to amend to go with status quo, the 187,880 metric tons for this 2017 fishing year. Much of what I was going to say actually was said by Patrick Parquette, who spoke very eloquently to the issue of the resurgence of Menhaden off of Massachusetts. It's begun. I hear it from many different sources. An abundance of Menhaden, certainly on the South Shore on the backside of the Cape. And that doesn't really surprise me because back in 2013, through Amendment 2, we did establish a rather lower quota, not as low as it might have been, but certainly a lower quota of 171,000 metric tons thereabout. And we've kept it pretty much there, well, 188, 187,000 in 2016. So for the last 3 years, we've been rather conservative in our approach for setting the TAC for the coast. And I consider that to be a major contributing factor for this this abundance of Menhaden off of our coast. It's not the only factor, of course, but it is a major factor in my mind. So in Massachusetts, we've certainly had a long wait for Menhaden to return to our shores, and indeed that long wait now seems to be over. I don't want to jeopardize it in any way by certainly increasing it up to that higher number. I would much prefer to keep it status quo. And regarding the projections, I have a lot of appreciation for the work done by the technical committee. The projections have been very helpful. However, as noted in the documents, the projections are highly uncertain. In addition, as noted in the documents we have before us, the model structure has uncertainty, so that adds to my concern about the usefulness of those particular projections. In addition, the statement about there being zero probability of our overfishing, I have to express my concern about the current definition we have for overfishing. That is the threshold. It's an F value of 1.26, which I've always thought was too high. That translates into about a 75% removal of the stock every year, 75% removal, then we have the natural mortality. I've always thought that was exceedingly high. Nevertheless, that's the way it is. So relying on that as a way for us to feel comfortable that we're not overfishing, therefore we can increase the amount, I don't subscribe to that because it's still too high a value that defines overfishing. And then finally, it's already been said, but I'll just highlight it. The Menhaden has tremendous ecological value. That value is very high, and I'm going to continue to base my decision today and certainly in the future with an understanding that that value is high, it has to be respected, and as a consequence we need to be quite conservative as we move forward, moving in the direction of the next amendment, which will result in some ecological reference points and some more sound thinking about how we move into the future with management of this very important fishery.
Thank you. I'd now like to take a comment opposed to the motion to amend. Rob O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly I think a lot of the board has expressed very good comments, and the reason I asked an earlier question about the projections was specifically to pinpoint the idea of just how they are, how fragile they are, and they're not very fragile. They're connected with other species as well as far as projections go. 2017 is used. What I'm concerned about, and we might remember there's a retrospective here, so if you go back to December 2012, Virginia went clawing its way away from the 20% reduction. Initially starting with a 5%, which was rejected, a 10%, which was rejected, a 15% was rejected, and ultimately Virginia succumbed to the majority of the board, and now there are lots of calls to maintain status quo, but status quo has changed quite a bit. So if we all recognize that what we really did in 2012 was not start a rebuilding frame, but to attempt to have better management of Menhaden, which is what I think was done in 2012, to start that, and which is going forward, then we do understand that there was a false ceiling. That cap was a false ceiling. It was raised once by 10%, or very close to it, just under, and now today there's a call to raise 20%, and if you think about it, that's 10% more than would have been there in the beginning, and based on the assessment results, based on the fact that it was noted that the fishery's been under target F since 2002, the fecundity is as high as it was in the mid-70s. I'm not sure, just because we don't have optimum yield written in our charter perhaps, that should be a reason to postpone for Amendment 3, because Amendment 3, to use Mr. Schill's term, may be a foundation and that's it. So we go to Amendment 3 on the biological and ecological reference points. Does anyone really think that that's just going to be it? No, that's not going to be it. That's going to be the foundation we have to build from. In the meantime, we are really postponing what is a deserved increase based on all the scientific information. So for that reason, I can't support the amended motion.
Thank you. Dave Simpson, are you planning to speak? No, you're going to pass. Next on my list, Tom Foti. Would you be planning to speak in support of this motion to amend? Go ahead.
I'm going to divert for 1 second. About a year ago, I'm walking through the halls, and somebody passes me, and I don't recognize him. And then I find out it's Jerry Schill, because his wife says, "Why is Tom Foti ignoring him?" I says, "Well, I've gotten a lot older. Jerry hasn't, but his hair's turned white, so I didn't recognize him." Past me after many years of knowing each other and working together on a lot of issues. As all you know, Menhaden has always been dear to my heart. One of the reasons I got involved with the commission. I realize the importance it is for other species. A lot of people have said that around here, around the table, more articulate than I can do. But I've always said I want to see it restored to the full range. That's been my cry for 25 years. I said we have reduction plants up and down the coast, and we don't have it because there was no fish. What happened in Massachusetts? What happened in, why striped bass disappeared from the Kennebec River quite a few years ago because there was no Menhaden up there. My concern is we're just seeing that progression. We took some tough steps. I mean, I'm sitting here a couple of months ago talking about striped bass, and we realized that we overestimated the mortality, we overestimated this. We had the 4th highest young of the year index and the 8th highest young of the year index within 4 years, yet we said we're going to be precautionary. We're going to wait for the next amendment before we increase the catch and striped bass because, again, important. Over the last 25 years, we have also targeted forage species a lot more. I mean, we've basically targeted squid, we've targeted Atlantic herring, the supply to lobster industry and everything else. So we've taken a lot of forage species out of the water. We've causing problems with those species that depend on them. I mean, I was happily surprised and thankful that the Mid-Atlantic Council is looking at a forage species plan and how do we deal with them. I found it ironic that false albacore wound up on it because I never thought of false albacore as a forage species, but it is. It is for sharks. It is for, anything that can catch it. So it is a forage species, dolphins and things like that. I also look at the birds. I've been involved with the osprey rebuilding when Pete McLean in New Jersey started doing that. Pete has talked it. We see that they depend on Menhaden. I see them when I'm walking up and down the boardwalk on Seaside Park. It's a part of their diet, part of the birds' diet. It's very important. So Menhaden is more than just Menhaden harvest. And I think what always disturbed me the most, that when one industry, and now it's one company, had 83% of the quota. I mean, we could have addressed a lot of these problems. We've done the 30-70 split, which we should have done a couple of years ago when we passed this plan. That's what I supported and couldn't get it done. Wasn't the effort there. So for those reasons, I think we should stay status quo. We should deal with all the issues that we're going to deal with in Amendment 3, and I'll try to be brief by just shutting up now. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now take a comment in opposition to the motion. In opposition to the motion to amend, Terry Stockwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to speak in opposition to the motion to amend as well as to the underlying motion, if that's all right with you. Certainly, Maine's episodic event this year makes it easy for me to support some kind of increase in quota. And I could have been in support of 20% if 10% of it would have be awarded to the episodic quota, but that cannot be done in this action. My concern is that 20% has the potential to muddy the waters of the reallocation discussion we're going to have in Amendment 3, and that status quo is too conservative for an action that might take several years to get out the door. I'm in support of a more modest increase, such as 10%, for 1 year and to expedite the development of Amendment 3, and I see how this motion goes up or down, may make a motion to substitute or amend as my turn comes around again.
Thank you. Next on my list, I have John McMurray. Are you planning to speak in support of the motion to amend? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I support the motion to amend for a number of reasons. The first of which is that the 2015 assessment is really a 180-degree turnaround from what we saw with the prior assessment, which did account for predator-prey interactions. The TC is very clear that those projections are highly uncertain that we're basing this sort of increase on. It doesn't take into account predator-prey interactions, and any sort of increase based on that is contrary to where this commission is going with Amendment 3, and it's my understanding that we made a commitment to manage Menhaden in an ecosystem context, and this just doesn't jive with that. But the real reason that I support this is because of what a few other people around the table have talked about, is the return to their historical range. Now, we have extraordinary concentrations of bunker, and we have for the last 2 years off of Long Island, South Shore in particular. I've done 70 trips this year, and I can say with some certainty that at least 40–45% of those trips, their success was directly related to that sort of abundance and that sort of concentration of bait. And it's a really good example of, if you build it, they will come. I mean, things are absolutely different now because of that concentration. We have a thresher shark fishery in 40 feet of water. There are whale concentrations that nobody's ever seen. And the point is that these things are supporting jobs. They're creating jobs. They're bringing jobs back that were sinking, mine included. And we have to understand that this is a public resource. This is not a resource that's meant to be managed for the benefit of 1 or 2 states. It's to be managed for the benefit of the entire public. And the sort of expansion we're seeing now, I truly believe, is a result of that reduction that was made, the 25% reduction that was made in 2013. I know some people around the table are shaking their heads and saying there's no stock recruitment relationship, but I find it really hard to believe that leaving those hundreds of millions of pounds of fish in the water did not have something to do with the sort of abundance increase that we're seeing now, and they're going all the way up to New England. And I don't think we have the data to show us now what this sort of increase would do, what a 20% increase would do to those levels of abundance we're seeing now and those jobs that were created up there. So I would support staying at status quo, at least until we get squared away with Amendment 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn, are you planning to speak in opposition to the motion to amend? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I cannot support this motion. I would like to try to put some things in perspective as to where we are with the stock. The terminal F coming out of the stock assessment was F 70%. The Lenfest Pitkic F recommendation was F 64%, and we have a target of F 57%. So we are finding ourselves in a good neighborhood, I think, to achieve our diverse goals for this fishery. We also have a responsibility to manage this fishery for all of our constituents. We do have science before us that talks about the risk of an increase, which is low. So we cannot, I think it's important that we be willing to act in either direction when the information speaks that we can. That being said, we are standing on the cusp of a new assessment. We are going into Amendment 3 where we will discuss ecological reference points. So the industry and the fishermen who have sacrificed so much through this process should realize that any increase that this board offers could be removed quickly after the process is complete. So in line with Mr. Stockwell, I would support a more modest increase. I would be in favor of something more on the line of 10%, and I would be willing to also make a motion to that effect when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Lustig, are you planning to speak in support of the motion to amend?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, I am. Can I go ahead with my comments?
Yes, please.
I find it absolutely fascinating to hold the position that I do here with ASMFC, although I've been an absolutely avid angler for probably 65 years. I am not a fisheries scientist. What I am is an environmental educator. And so I've been thinking about that fact and wondering how I would address these questions to a group of 6th graders on Fox Island, right where the Virginia-Maryland border is at in the Chesapeake. One of the crucial foundation blocks of being an environmental educator is that you have to absolutely believe in what you're saying. Otherwise, of course, you lose all kinds of credibility and it's just not going to work. For me, personally, I would have absolutely no problem looking into the eyes of a group of 6th graders at Fox Island and saying that I fully support the recovery of Menhaden to their historic range. Absolutely, no doubt about it. I would also have no problem in saying to that same group of 6th graders that I am encouraging an ecosystem-based approach. No problem there either. Now, perhaps the essence of wisdom is to ponder what sort of world we're going to turn over to our grandchildren and try to figure out a way to turn over a world that is ecologically whole, not fractured. Now, I do recall about an hour ago that there was a slide presented early on for us to look at that showed the relative abundance of Menhaden since 1960 in 10-year increments. When that slide was on the board, I leaned over to the gentleman here on my left and said, is there any chance that we could ever return to the abundance as indicated in, say, 1950 or 1960, just before those numbers absolutely fell off the table? I would very, very much like to see us have that kind of goal in hand to return to those kinds of abundances. And so with that being said, I certainly am in full support of the amendment that allows these baby steps of recovery to occur. And thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Duvall, in opposition?
No, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to speak in support.
Well, if you could hold then in opposition. Yeah, then we go to Kyle. I'm sorry, I'm just going to go in order of the hands that just went up. Kyle, you're next.
We have to remember that in 2012, we made some decisions on best science available, which was horrible science. It was inaccurate. The data for the fisheries was poor. We ignored signs of the Potomac River pound net information that showed that the stock was stable because of all of the other minutia that was surrounding our decision-making process. And it is a very emotional fish that, you know, before it was thought as just a little oily fish that didn't matter much, and now we know that it is a very important fish. It's an important fish in my neighborhood because I'm from northern Neck, Virginia. I know the people that are out of work. I know the industries that have been hurt, the bait industries, the reduction industries. We have no automobile plant. We have no major industry in the northern neck other than fishing and agriculture. And these people took an unnecessary cut. The cut was not proper, and it should not have been done. But we used best management practices with poor information. To stay status quo, to keep the pie small because we're going to cut the sizes of the pieces in a couple years is not correct. The pie should be bigger because the science tells us there are more fish that should have been and could have been caught. The full extent range of this fish will never, never come back because we are not willing to eliminate 25% of the population of the human beings on the east coast of the United States. We are the cause of all of our environmental fishery issues. Not the fishermen, it's pollution, it's water quality. This board can't do anything about that except for go home and tell our legislators to stop polluting through sewer systems and non-point source sediments of proteins and runoff from farms and industrial sites and from our neighborhoods. We don't have power to do that here. So we're talking about doing something that we cannot change. All we can do is look at this science and say, how much fish can we take out of the water and still keep this species healthy? And a 30%, shouldn't be 20%, it should be 30%. Let's go back to 2012 where the error was made. Let's put our pride in our pockets. And let us not say to ourselves, oh, we can't do this because I'm afraid I might not be right. We are right. We were wrong then. We need to be right now. And it is a matter of fairness. It's a matter of science. And it shows a 30% increase is really where we should be. All of our fisheries have uncertainty. We brought this buzzword up here because it's one way that the proponents to keeping status quo can put uncertainty in our minds. We are just as certain that we can fish at a 30% increase as we are in any other fish that we manage. So this is what we need to do. We need to forget about a status quo. We need to go, if we can get a 20%, that's great. 30% is where we should be. And we need to move forward with this. And then when we come to Amendment 3, we've got a pie that is the right size, and we can start dividing that up the way that we come to. And if we're going to use multi-species, hopefully we're not going to jump the gun on that like we did in 2012 with jumping the gun on. We need to use not only best science, but we have to use good science. And I certainly don't want to rush Amendment 3 just because, we think that this is the right thing to do for our constituents, so we can be safe in saying that we're using, this new method to save the world. It's not going to save the world if we implement something before it's right. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and defeat this and get to the main motion.
Thank you. Dr. Duvall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I very much appreciate all the members of the public who came here to provide their comments today. As other commissioners have noted, it's been a long and bumpy road to get to where we are, and I'm not sure that this is actually where we're going to end up. But I don't want to see us lose all that we've gained. And, I'm always apprehensive when there's a significant reversal in stock status from one benchmark to another. So that gives me pause, and I'm concerned about a significant increase in the TAC on top of the 10% increase that was implemented for 2015 and 2016. I would certainly be more comfortable if we had more complete information after the update that we're supposed to receive next year, particularly with regard to recruitment. That's one of the biggest uncertainties that I feel. That gives me the greatest pause, I guess. And I think, my concern deals with lack of a complete picture without all of the information. And, the board has made the commitment to walk down the road towards the development of ecosystem-based reference points. And, one of my concerns is that I could not support the original motion. I simply think that is too significant of an increase in the TAC. And, my concern was that a year from now, we would end up having to, as Ms. Fagley said, take some of that back. And I recognize that we need to be flexible when we have the opportunity, but I'm also concerned about substantial increases because I do believe that it does a disservice to industry when we have to turn around a year later if we get a stock assessment and pull back on that. I also have concerns as we move down this road towards implementation of ecosystem reference points that, given everything that we've heard about that, and, it seems like where we are now is within the envelope of where we need to be. So I could not have supported 20%. I'm not sure if status quo is where we're going to end up, but I will end my comments there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Dean.
Thank you. I'm new. Hi. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to kind of go over a couple of the things that have already been said and kind of put my own spin on it. Mr. Boyles, you certainly spoke to the heart of the issue. Amendment 3 is certainly the prize, and I think that we all have our eyes on it. So I would not want to do anything that would jeopardize that. And Mr. Nowalski, your loaded question was spot on. It was exactly what I was thinking. You make decisions, and when you have that risk, and that risk is so low, it's really difficult to take that answer home to constituents who have taken those cuts in the industry and say, the science supported that cut, but now it's not going to support what is in place or an opportunity for the increase. And Mr. Lessig, on the heartfelt, you spoke about the children and how you would explain it to them, and I'm having a hard time thinking about how I might go home to their fathers and explain to them that cut that they took that just not so much crippled them, but really kind of cut the income and what was coming home. Now that we have the science to support that increase, I'm having a really hard time thinking about how I could go home to them, our fishermen, and explain to them. So I guess what I am asking here today is that you help me explain to them that this commission is one that acts upon the best available science and form that trust that I want them to have with this commission. Because I think that as we move forward to Amendment 3 and we keep our eye on the prize, I really look forward to working with those guys, with my predecessor who had this seat before me as Maryland's governor's appointee, and other stakeholders in our state of Maryland, so that we can all kind of work towards that, and of course work with each of you as well. So I would not support this movement to amend its status quo, and I look forward to someone else possibly making a motion, possibly on that 10%. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Andy Shields next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief because when you go near the end, everybody has already taken all of your good ideas. I'm also new to the board, and as a result, I've heard some comments through the hallway and at dinner about where we should be on Amendment 3 and this particular motion and what might happen today. So one of the nice things you can do is you go to the ASMFC website and you can find a treasure trove of all the historical information. So I missed breakfast this morning because I was up very late last night trolling through the ASMFC website to find some information. And maybe the most telling thing that I found was a news release ASMFC put out when Amendment 3 was being introduced. And there was 2 points to it that are very important. They've been discussed, but we can maybe put a fine edge to it right here. Reallocation of the Menhaden to the different jurisdictions, different parties, and ecological reference points. That's really what Amendment 3 boils down to, and we've heard proponents on both sides and discussed that. One of the things that's important to us in Pennsylvania is we don't have commercial fishing, but we do have Menhaden in our river, in our part of the Delaware River, and we're very concerned about American shad, river herring, hickory shad, eels, fish that also would be eaten by predators if they don't have the option to choose Menhaden. So a healthy Menhaden population relieves foraging pressure on shad, river herring, hickory shad, and other species. In addition, I think we need to stick to the status quo, and I support the motion to amend. And as one of the previous speakers mentioned, I had my own cliche about the pie, and my point was that if we go through Amendment 3, we see the positive increase in Menhaden that everyone is reporting on both sides of the aisle. They're all reporting much larger numbers of Menhaden. Then the pie that will be divided in the reallocation process is going to be a bigger pie. We can have the arguments about how we make those splits, but if we have a healthy population and it increases through one more year, that pie will be much bigger, and I think the end result will be worth the wait. And so finally, the last thing I wanted to say was, I think we should allow the process to work. A lot of you spent a lot of time in a room to make sure that it was done with all comments and with all seriousness previously. I don't see a need for you to jump out in midstream. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Adam Nowalski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank you all for giving me way more credit than I deserve for coming up with a loaded question. I just looked at it and said, wow, I've never seen this before. Has anybody seen it before? So thank you all. I see no reason to wait on the debate here of making another motion. I'm prepared to move to amend for 10%, Mr. Chairman.
I would just ask you to wait if you don't mind. I'm almost through the hands that have gone up. Then I think we're going to vote. What I'd like to do is go through, I think, at least 2 more people who have yet to comment. And I think it's important to allow everyone to comment. Then I'd like to take a vote on this amended motion, and then we would be back to the, depending on how that vote goes, there would be an opportunity for another amendment to be made. So if it's okay, Adam, because I think Terry and Lynn and others may have even, may be thinking the same thing. I'd rather get through this, vote on this, and then see if there's any interest in making any additional motions. Is that okay with you?
Well, I'll defer to your decision on the matter. I think the 10% is probably where we can make the quickest decision on whether that's something those that are around the table that have spoken strongly in favor of status quo, whether those people can look everyone in the eye, look at the science, and really say, can I provide some compromise? Can I work with my partner states here at this board to find some middle ground here? And I really think the sooner we get there, the better.
Thank you. So my intent is to go to Bill Goldsboro, then Rep. Peak, if they both wish to speak, and then see if the board's ready to vote. Bill Goldsboro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We find ourselves in an accidental circumstance, I believe, here considering an unplanned quota change that would, in effect, be a departure from the course we laid out for ourselves last year. In February of last year, we received the last assessment report. We did not act on it then. The wisdom of the board, in particular its chair at that time, was that we absorbed that new information for one sequence before doing so, because it was quite a change from the previous benchmark. So in May of last year, we did consider the assessment, which remains our current assessment. And we did take two main actions. The first thing we did was we embarked on Amendment 3, as has been mentioned, that had two main points: the development of ecological reference points, finally, and that would have been 14 years after we first committed to accounting for Menhaden's ecological role, 3 years after we first decided in Amendment 2 to develop ecological reference points. And we also decided to revisit allocation, which was something we also laid out 3 years previously in Amendment 2. And those are two very important things for moving us forward in the management of Menhaden. The other thing we did in May of last year when we considered the assessment was we decided to increase the quota by 10% for 2015 and 2016. That would have put us right up to the 2017 implementation date that we had laid out for Amendment 3. And that was our plan at that time last year. It was an ambitious timeline, and because of that, that summer we, if you recall, appointed two work groups of this board, one to work on developing new allocation scenarios for the board to consider under Amendment 3, and one to work on various options for ecological reference points. We held a workshop on ecological reference points. And we did this in a flurry of activity over a period of about 6 weeks, in some cases with weekly meetings, if you all recall, in August and September of last year. And that was because we had this timeline that we had laid out to implement Amendment 3 in 2017, next year. Then we came to the annual meeting and we started discussing the study that we wanted to commission of the Committee on Economic and Social Sciences, and how that would be an important thing to have in hand before we did any shift in the way we allocate this quota. And that led us to delay the timeline for Amendment 3 by a year. So now the timeline, the date for implementation is 2018. And it's only because of that decision, and this is how it's written in the record of the annual meeting, it's only because of that decision that we now find ourselves considering specifications for 2017. It was not our intent in May of last year, when we took action based on what remains the current assessment, it was not our intent to change the quota until we implemented Amendment 3. And I think we should maintain that as our intent. To do otherwise would be a reconsideration of what is still the current science, which we already had a very thoughtful discussion of. We waited a full 3 months before we did that to fully absorb it. And it would be doing so without the benefit of the socioeconomics report that we also said we wanted to have in front of us before we considered allocation issues. So I recommend we stay the course that we've laid out, and that the public trusts that we are on. Also, for a point of perspective, I want to note that there have been several references to the assessment finding of no overfishing and to the catch projections that suggest 0% risk of overfishing. And the sentiment of some of the folks that brought those things up for themselves or on behalf of constituents, that they didn't understand why we wouldn't make a decision to increase the quota at this time. Well, meaning no disrespect, but we should understand that by now. It's now been 15 years since we committed to accounting for Menhaden's ecological role. That's the reason. The finding of no overfishing, the projection that says 0 risk of overfishing, those are based on single species reference points. And we are in the process, we have committed to, and we are midway through a process of developing and adopting ecological reference points. And I think we ought to stay on that track. And with respect to one of those ecological reference point options, it was pointed out that we are in the neighborhood of the Lenfest reference points. And that should give us comfort. And it does give us some comfort, and it kind of reflects the earlier points that were made about how we're seeing some progress. So let's try and complete that recovery. But to put a little finer point on it, where we are is our current F is above the F target that the Lenfest ecological reference points would call for us to adopt. So now we're considering increasing the quota even with the knowledge that we are above the F target of one of the ecological reference points we're going to be considering under Amendment 3. To me, that is really going back not only on the course we laid out that the public has faith that we're sticking to, but also the very technical foundation for that course and the intent of it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Rep. Peake?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When I first raised my hand, it was with the intent of wanting to call the question, having heard eloquent arguments for over an hour on both sides of the issue. But since you have signaled your intent that you will allow a vote on this motion prior to accepting any amended motions, I'm going to take my moment at the microphone to weigh in on the merits. But having just acknowledged that so much has been said, I have pages of notes that I've scribbled here with my thoughts in favor of the motion, the amended motion that is before us, the motion for status quo. But rather than go through those point by point, because so many people who have preceded me at the microphone have spoken certainly in an in-depth and thoughtful way on both a scientific basis and a public policy basis and a consideration of future generations basis, that I guess I will conclude that beginning with Mr. Boyles to Mr. Paquette, Mr. Goldsboro just now, and certainly my own DMF Commissioner, Mr. Pierce, I would associate myself with their comments, voice my strong support for the amendment that is before us, and look forward to your calling the question so we can cast our vote. Thank you.
Thank you, and I am prepared to now call for a vote on the motion to amend. Richie has his hand up.
Roll call, please.
Okay, so because there's been a request, this will be done via roll call. I will note that because this is not the final vote, it can't be because it's a motion to amend, all members of the board may participate in the caucus, and I will now allow for a 1-minute caucus. Okay, I think that was about a minute, so I am now going to ask Megan to call the roll. This is on the motion to amend.
Maine.
No.
New Hampshire.
Yes.
Massachusetts.
Yes.
Rhode Island.
Yes.
Connecticut.
Yes.
New York.
No.
New Jersey.
No.
Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Delaware.
No.
Maryland.
No.
Potomac River.
No.
Virginia.
No.
North Carolina.
No.
South Carolina.
Yes.
Georgia.
Yes.
Florida.
Yes.
NOAA.
No.
And Fish and Wildlife.
Yes.
One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's exactly split. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 9, 9.
The motion fails on a 9-9 tie vote. We are back to the main motion. Would anyone like to make any additional comments with regard to the main motion? Lynn.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to substitute the main motion.
Whether it's substitute or amend, why don't you go ahead and offer, and then we'll try and figure out from parliamentary whether it's an amendment or a substitute. Go ahead.
I'll offer an amendment. I would move to amend the main motion to replace the TAC of 225,456 with 206,668 parentheses 10% increase.
Seconded by Terry Stockwell. Moved by Lynn Fegley, seconded by Terry Stockwell to amend the main motion by setting the 2017 coastal TAC for the Atlantic Menhaden fishery at 206,668 metric tons per N, 10% increase. Is that accurate? Yes. That's the new amended motion. I do not intend to go through everyone on this, but I will I will certainly give the maker of the motion the opportunity to speak to it, and I will allow for limited additional comment, particularly by those who may not yet have commented. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is really our opportunity to appreciate the science that has been presented to us, but ensure that we're treating the situation, which is precarious, if I might say, with a sufficient caution. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Abbott, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only comment I would make is I think we've had extended debate, and I would prefer to make a motion, as Representative Peake did, to limit debate and call this to a vote if the body so desires. I think there's been enough debate about the issue that we don't really have to go around the table again to hear things. So my motion would be to limit the debate at this point.
I understand there might be just one other hand up. Jim Gilmore, did you want to weigh in? If so, in all due respect, I wouldn't mind entertaining at least one additional comment and then put this to a vote. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's just a very quick question, and I believe Bill Goldsboro may have answered it before. So the schedule for Amendment 3, from what I understand, is that we would come up with that very simple task of ecological reference points in 2017, and then finalize the amendment that would be implemented in 2018 if all things go correctly. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the upcoming schedule would be, and I'll go through the timeline in the next agenda item, but we will be looking at this point for final approval at the November 2017 meeting for Amendment 3 for implementation in 2018. We have the socioeconomic study coming up February 2017, and 2017 is also an assessment update for Menhaden. So busy year coming up.
Okay, one last comment, only because, Bill, you have yet to comment on this issue, so go ahead. Bill Adler.
Thank you. I support this. I understand that the big picture will be Amendment 3. I understand that, but that's several years away. And after all the comments that we have heard about not overfished, zero risk, all this type of stuff, I think the industry does need some little increase, even though it won't affect Massachusetts all that much. I just think it's in fairness that there be some increase while we're fixing Amendment 3. So I'm in support of this motion.
Thank you. Megan would like to clarify one issue.
Jim, just to clarify, the BURP ERPs aren't expected to be ready until 2018, 2019. So I'll go through the reference points section in the PID. There are a couple options there. Just want to make sure you know that.
Okay, 15-second caucus and then a motion to amend. Richie?
Roll call, please.
15-second caucus and then a roll call vote. Okay, Megan, please call the roll.
Maine.
Yes.
New Hampshire.
No.
Massachusetts.
No.
Rhode Island.
No vote.
No.
No.
Connecticut.
No.
New York.
Yes.
New Jersey.
Yes.
Pennsylvania.
No.
Delaware.
Yes.
Maryland.
Yes.
Potomac River.
No.
Virginia.
Yes.
North Carolina.
No.
South Carolina.
No.
Georgia.
No.
Florida.
No.
NOAA.
Yes.
And Fish and Wildlife.
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it fails.
The motion fails 8 to 9. There was one no vote, but the voting, the motion fails 8 to 9. Dave Simpson.
As a third try, maybe it'll be a charm. I'm going to move a 5% increase in the quota, which is where I started out, so I'd be very happy if we end up approving that.
I see Jim Gilmore's hand up to second. Is that yes? So moved by Dave Simpson, seconded by Jim Gilmore to amend by setting the 2017 coastal tax for the Atlantic Menhaden fishery at a 5% increase. We have had, I think, enough discussion that I think, unless anyone has a burning question or a parliamentary question, Dennis Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a parliamentary question. If we continue to vote on certain percentages and none of them acquire a majority, what are we left with? Are we left with status quo?
Well, thank you for asking the chair that question. I'm going to cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm going to call for a vote on this. I know that the outcome of this will determine where we are vis-a-vis the main motion, and I think I may look to you for some guidance on how to proceed, or staff. But let's cross that bridge when we come to it. I think it could very well be a good question. But I am prepared unless anyone wishes to offer anything else. And Richie, would you like a roll call vote on this as well?
Please.
A roll call vote. No need to caucus as I see it. I think we've vetted this quite well on what I hope to be the last motion to amend, that being a 5% increase. Megan, please call the roll.
Maine.
Yes.
New Hampshire.
No.
Massachusetts.
No.
Rhode Island.
No.
Connecticut.
Yes.
New York.
Yes.
New Jersey,
No.
Pennsylvania,
No.
Delaware,
Yes.
Maryland,
Yes.
Potomac River,
No.
Virginia,
Yes.
North Carolina,
Yes.
South Carolina,
No.
Georgia,
No.
Florida,
No.
NIMS,
Yes.
Fish and Wildlife,
Yes.
is it tied? Yeah.
Motion fails on a 9-9 vote. We are probably exactly where Rep. Abbott thought we might be, which is at the main motion. I'm going to look for guidance on where we go from here. Obviously, the next step should be a vote on the main motion. I guess if that fails, it's status quo. I think that was the essence of your question, and I'm going to look to staff, and I'll start with Megan to see if that's the correct interpretation as to the outcome of a failed vote on the main motion which we're about to undertake.
Yeah, so if we don't have consensus on the next vote, what that means is we don't have a quota for 2017. So I recommend we figure out something today so we have a quota for 2017.
So that is actually different than what I said. We don't have a fallback. We don't have specifications for 2017. So we do need an affirmative vote one way or the other on 2017 specs. And so there is no fallback as I see it. Adam, do you have a thought on the issue?
Well, my thought, Mr. Chairman, would be to go ahead and take the vote on this and then move for a short recess to discuss our options. One of those might be a motion to create a blank, get some numbers out, and then go ahead and address it that way. Might be our best chance moving forward.
Thank you for that suggestion. Then we go to David Borden and then Dennis Abbott. David?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it would be cleaner if we simply made a motion to amend to establish status quo for 2017. I think that's what the, excuse me.
I think the issue is we've already run through that, and I'm not sure we can repeat a motion that's already been voted on. Dennis Abbott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to, considering what's been going on, I think that we've probably reached a point that this may require some more thought by the board members. I think we have time to adequately look at this prior to the annual meeting. So therefore, I will make a motion to postpone until the annual meeting.
I'm going to look to staff to see if that motion is in order.
The motion is in order. I think the question would be to the states, does a decision in the third week of October provide the states with enough time to implement a new quota? The states do adjust quotas for species in shorter time than that for other species. I just don't know what flexibility the states have and how much notice the states need to react to a change in quota. Is October too late for some states?
Thank you. And I also want to ask, from a parliamentary standpoint, if the motion to postpone were adopted today, would we have a clean slate going into the October meeting, or would we have to fall back on the votes that were taken today and ensure that we don't repeat them? I just want to make sure that our eyes are wide open on how we might proceed here. Bob?
Yeah, I think the process would be that the motion that's on the board right now, which is a 20% increase in the quota, would be the motion that you start with at the annual meeting, and any amendments and other considerations that you want to make to that would be fair game. You could go back and revisit status quo 5 and 10% if there's interest in going through that again. But you essentially start with it. This is your starting point that's on the screen now, 20% increase, and then we start over after that.
Thank you. Let me do this. I'm going to take Adam up on his suggestion. I know we're probably already running late, but this is a very important issue, and I want to make sure we get it right. Let's take a 5-minute recess, during which time we will consider whether we are going to move forward on a motion to postpone. When I say we, you should think about your thoughts on a motion to postpone versus some other motion relevant to the main motion. I'm sorry, Bill, before we break, Bill?
Does that need a second?
It does, but I'm going to suggest this. I'm going to suggest a recess, and then when we come back, I'm going to turn to Dennis to allow him to make his motion and see if there's a second. I will
second.
Okay, I want to take a 5-minute recess, only 5 minutes, and then we're going to be back. All right, we're going to reconvene in 1 minute.
I think it's...
Could everyone please take their seats? All right, let me give you a lay of the land as I understand it. I've been advised that it would be, although it's possible, it's not in the board's best interest to postpone. Better to have a tax set today than to wait until the next meeting. So the motion that could be made to postpone would be in order, but it would not be advisable to move in that direction. My understanding is that that there are two schools of thought in terms of what folks are interested in offering to get us out, get this done, and that, just to let you know, is likely to be a motion for a 1% increase, and depending on how that goes, a motion to reconsider at 10%. And I'm going to do my best to manage those two votes, which I anticipate are about to happen. So I just want to give you a sense as to the two votes that I anticipate occurring now, and these would both be motions to amend. So I believe I'm going to turn to Dennis Abbott. Is it your intent to offer a motion? And by the way, there was no, the motion to postpone can be taken off the board. I didn't allow for a second. It's not a motion before this board. It doesn't really need to, well, do you want to withdraw it, Dennis?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I was doing a good thing, but in lieu of the conversations we've had during the break, I think it would be wise to withdraw that motion. My interest was in getting us to some number. I was afraid we weren't going to get to any number, so I would like to see Representative Sarah Peak recognized for a motion, if you would.
Thank you. And before I go to Rep. Peak, Robert, you have your hand up.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Point of parliamentary inquiry, please. The motion for a 10% increase, there was not a prevailing side. That was a tie vote, as I understand it. My request of you as chair is, since there was no prevailing side, can that question be brought back before the body? Thank you.
It's a very good question, and I have asked it, and my understanding is that because the motion failed, the prevailing side is on the failed side of that vote. Therefore, anybody who voted no would be able to move to reconsider because they were on the prevailing side. That was the interpretation that I was given. If you wish to appeal that or question that, I guess now would be the time, because it obviously, we're going to go to another motion first, but if you don't agree with that interpretation, then I'm going to have you take it up with our executive director, who advised me. Go ahead, Robert, if you wish to speak.
I pass. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And again, I want to make sure so I had asked the question and it was answered. Rep. Peak, would you like to make a motion?
I would, excuse me, I would, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would move to set the 2017 coastal TAC for the Atlantic Menhaden fishery at a 1% increase.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second the motion.
Seconded by Dennis Abbott. Moved by Rep. Peak, seconded by Dennis Abbott to set the 2017 coastal TAC for the Menhaden fishery to a 1% increase. Do we need a roll call vote on this? I assume we do. So I'm going to ask Megan to call the roll on this motion to amend to increase by 1%. Megan?
Maine.
No.
New Hampshire.
Yes.
Massachusetts.
Yes.
Rhode Island.
Yes.
Connecticut.
Yes.
New York.
No.
New Jersey.
No.
Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Delaware.
No.
Maryland.
No.
Potomac River.
No.
Virginia.
No.
North Carolina.
No.
South Carolina.
No.
Georgia.
No.
Florida.
No.
Noah.
Yes.
U.S. Fish and Wildlife.
Yes.
I had to think which way we were going.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it fails.
The motion fails 7 to 11. Per the advice I've been given, if anyone on the board who was on the prevailing side of a failed vote, I think I said that correctly, who was on the prevailing side of a vote, which, I'm sorry, let me say this again, who was on the prevailing side of a vote, which would have been a failed vote. So any of the prior motions that were made that failed, anybody who voted no can move to reconsider. Marty, Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe, based on your description, I fit into that category in the prevailing vote, voted no. So if I understand the protocol correctly, I would move to reconsider the original motion for a 10% increase to the coastal TAC.
Well, that wouldn't be the original motion. That would be a move to reconsider the amended motion to establish a 10% increase. Is there a second to that move to reconsider that motion? Seconded by Adam Nowalski. Is this a straightforward majority vote on a move to, I believe we're voting on the move to reconsider, then on the actual substance of the measure. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So I would be calling for a vote on the motion to reconsider. Cherie, you have your hand up?
Yes, I just have a question. Is it true that both the status quo motion and this motion had equal votes? So both of those can be under reconsideration?
The answer is yes. Yes, sir.
In reconsidering this motion, is it by majority or does it require 2/3?
My understanding is it's a majority vote. A majority vote of the board would bring this motion back before the board. So we are voting not on the substance of the motion, but on the board's desire to bring this back before the board for consideration. Is everyone clear on the next vote we're about to take? If so, let's take that vote, and I, of course, assume it needs to be done via roll call because of how close all the voting has been. So we will, I'll ask Megan to call the roll on the motion to reconsider this particular motion to amend.
Maine.
Yes.
New Hampshire.
No.
Massachusetts.
No.
Rhode Island.
No.
Connecticut.
No.
New York.
Yes.
New Jersey.
Yes.
Pennsylvania.
No.
Delaware.
Yes.
Maryland.
Maryland. Yes. Potomac River.
Yes.
Virginia.
Yes.
North Carolina.
Yes.
South Carolina.
No.
Georgia.
No.
Florida.
No.
NOAA.
Yes.
Fish and Wildlife.
No.
The motion passes 9-8. So we are now we have now brought back the motion for a 10% increase. We now need to vote on that motion to amend. It's been brought back before the board per the prior vote to reconsider. And so now we need to vote again, on the same motion that we voted on prior, and wonder if there's going to be a different outcome. So, Megan, please call the roll on the motion to amend for a 10% increase to the Atlantic Menhaden 2017 coastal TAC.
Maine.
Yes.
New Hampshire.
No.
Massachusetts.
No.
Rhode Island.
Yes. I'm sorry. No. No.
Connecticut.
No.
New York.
Yes.
New Jersey.
Yes.
Pennsylvania.
No.
Delaware.
Yes.
Maryland.
Yes.
Potomac River.
Yes.
Virginia.
Yes.
North Carolina.
No.
South Carolina.
No.
Georgia.
No.
Florida.
No.
NOAA.
Yes.
Fish and Wildlife.
No.
What is it?
Okay.
Do you want to try and reconsider no status quo?
No.
No.
Well, so the motion fails on a tie vote. Robert Boyles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell us where we are now give me a parliamentary inquiry and I have a motion.
We're back at the original motion, which we have not yet voted on, and a tie vote on the main motion, of course, would mean no action would mean a failed vote, which would mean no action, which would mean no specifications for the 2017 fishery. That is not an outcome we can walk away with. So we are at either an impasse, in which case a motion to postpone may well be in order, even though it's not the best way forward. It may be the only way forward given the impasse, and it would give us the next 3 months to think it through, and we would take it up again at our annual meeting, or we can try to wrestle through it today. Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My interests have been well known, and I won't spare any more of your time. I would like a motion to amend the main motion to set the 2017 coastal TAC for the Atlantic Menhaden fishery, y'all forgive me, at 19%. And if I get a second, I'll try to explain that.
Seconded by Marty Gary. Go ahead. The motion made and seconded to increase by 19%.
A parliamentary inquiry?
Yes. Dennis Abbott.
We've had a lot of votes, and probably like a lot of people, I'm getting confused. Did we not just vote on the main motion that was brought by Marty a long time ago on 20%, and that did not pass? Is that not true?
I don't think we actually got to that point. We were approaching that point, and I think...
Even though it got erased from the board, it's not up there anymore. See, like I say, I'm confused as to if that main motion wasn't voted on. Okay, I stand.
Bob Beal, do you want to clarify the issue?
I think you're in the right spot. The main motion has never been voted on today. All the votes that the board has taken so far are motions that would have amended the 20% motion that is the main motion, the original motion from hours ago.
And I think the reason why we're in this awkward place is because the votes have all been tied, and so we're worried that, there's a concern that when it comes to the final vote on the main motion, if that is also tied, we're left with nothing. Absolutely nothing, which is our quandary. Robert, you have offered a motion and you'd like to speak to it. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I think clearly we need to set specifications for 2017 fishing year. I will point out to remind the board that I indicated an interest in stability and decision making. I indicated an interest in the board to make sure that we maintain our focus on the prize. It is clear that the group here is extraordinarily divided. My concern, I just will restate that a change off of status quo will lead us to further forays as we've seen here. Appreciate everybody's interest. My motion, 19% was not offered before, but I think we need to recognize the interest of the community and the industry to make these decisions. So it's under that spirit that I reluctantly offer the motion. Thank you.
Adam?
Can I just get clarification on, okay, a 19% increase is what because it said just 19% a moment ago. Thank you.
Okay, let's try and let's try to move forward with a vote on the motion to amend. It'll need to be a roll call, obviously, and so Megan, please call the roll.
Maine.
Yes.
New Hampshire.
No.
Massachusetts.
No.
Rhode Island.
No.
Connecticut.
No.
New York.
No.
New Jersey.
Yes.
Pennsylvania.
No.
Delaware.
No.
Maryland.
No.
Was that a null or a no?
That was a null.
A null. N-U-L-L. Okay.
N-U-L-L.
Thank you. Potomac River.
Yes.
Virginia.
Yes.
North Carolina. Excuse me, North Carolina.
No.
South Carolina.
Null, N-U-L-L.
Thank you. Georgia.
No.
Florida.
No.
NOAA.
Yes.
Fish and Wildlife.
No.
The motion fails 5-11. Megan may be tallying the final numbers, but it's far enough away that I can announce that it failed. I've never had so much fun in my life, by the way. I just want to make sure.
Could I make a motion?
Thank you. Thank you all. This is just awesome.
Could I make a motion?
Absolutely, Dennis.
The motion is to present you an award for doing such a good job in this meeting. No, seriously, I think we're probably back to a motion to postpone.
I think that would be in order. Would you like to make that?
I am making that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Dennis Abbott, seconded by Bill Adler, is a motion to postpone until the next meeting of this board. So it's specific to the next meeting. Craig, you have a comment on the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the concerns that I have about going along with this motion is that the motion that would then remain on the board, I think, for consideration is the 20%. And I don't think we've ever had a real conversation about whether the 20% is the right place to be, but I think if I kind of listen to the discussion and look at the numbers, none of us are at 20%, or we'd be hard-pressed to defend 20%. And so I was going to suggest that maybe we pick a number north of 5, short of 10, and give it one more stab, because to leave 20% on the board, that's what the public is going to react to. They're going to come to the annual meeting and they're going to say, what's up for consideration is a 20% increase. And I'm not sure that's the message I'd like to leave the public with.
Well, fair enough, but I do think we need to take this issue up as to whether the board wishes to postpone, granted with that in that context. But nonetheless, the matter would be open, wide open, as I understand it. We would start at the annual meeting with this motion. But then there would be opportunities to amend. That's my understanding, is that we would be back at it from the beginning at the annual meeting if this motion were to pass. Adam? And after Adam makes his comment, I'm going to quickly go out and see whether there are any states that feel that postponement would severely affect their ability to manage their state fishery in 2017. That's a key concern, and I think we need to know whether that's an issue, and if so, take that under advisement as we vote on this measure. Adam?
So having now voted on a number of different numbers, if we do postpone this to the annual meeting, what would be our range of options to vote on without reconsiderations at that time?
And I'm going to ask Bob to speak to that.
My interpretation would be that if this motion to postpone passes, the 20% motion would be viable and be the starting point for the annual meeting. And all of the other options that you've talked about today are eligible: 5%, 10%, 19%, status quo. Those can all be voted on again by the board at the annual meeting if that's where folks wanted to go. Just because they were voted on today and failed or tied doesn't preclude the board from working with those numbers at the annual meeting. And the general premise, as I understand in Robert's rules, is that the actions of one board really can't hamstring or limit the options of a board at a subsequent meeting. So what this would do would just bring the 20% forward, and it's like we started over this meeting, I don't know, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. So everything's available at the annual meeting.
Does that answer your question, Adam? Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob O'Reilly.
I'll make it very short. I would request that the technical committee take an accounting of the concerns that were expressed today, especially of the uncertainties, the projections, and anything else that the technical committee can perhaps provide us at the annual meeting in terms of guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the board ready to vote? Yes, I'm sorry, Roy Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, could we task the technical committee with giving us a better understanding of when we can expect ecological reference points to be available to us for our consideration? I've heard 2018, I've heard 2019, so I think there's some uncertainty in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. If this passes, I think it might be useful for the following meeting if we had a table. It would be useful to me if I saw what each of the states who have a quota, what particular percentages would be, what increase they would receive under, we'll say, increments of 5, 10, 15, 20%, what the actual poundage would be.
Thank you. I believe that might be in your meeting materials, but if not, we'll make sure it is for the next, well, if it is, we'll ensure it's in the next time. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I hate to do this for the TC, but I think this goes along with Mr. O'Reilly's comment that it would if it's at all possible, if the TC at the annual meeting could give us an update on recruitment in those years between the terminal 2013 and present. I think that would really help our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just assume that all the suggestions that have just been made have been duly noted and that the TC will do their best to address them at the annual meeting. With that, I'd like to call for a vote on the motion to postpone until the next meeting of the board, which would be in October. And I guess we'll do a roll call vote just to make sure we're clear on the outcome. And with that, I'll ask Megan to call the roll on the motion to postpone.
Maine.
No. N-U-L-L.
Thank you. New Hampshire.
Yes.
Massachusetts.
Yes.
Rhode Island.
No.
Connecticut.
No.
New York.
Yes.
New Jersey.
No.
Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Delaware.
Yes.
Maryland.
Yes.
Potomac River.
No.
Virginia.
Yes.
North Carolina.
Yes.
South Carolina.
No.
Georgia.
No.
Florida.
No.
NOAA.
Yes.
Fish and Wildlife.
Yes.
Motion passes 10 to 7 with one null vote. We have actually made a decision. How about that? That was a pretty interesting
Mr. Chair?
ride. Yes, Mr. Abbott.
I'm sorry, but did I not hear Maine as a null and Rhode Island as a null? Was a no? Thank you. I'm old and don't hear well.
Okay, so with that, and given that we're so over our schedule, I think what I'm going to suggest is that we had parked one issue that I'd frankly like to move to the annual meeting, and that is the TC report or response on the paper. I don't know, Jason, do you want to, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a quick shot. We've got a few more items, and we're going to do everything humanly possible to get done by lunch, which is 26 minutes from now. 12 o'clock is 26 minutes from now. Let's move through these next items, break for lunch, and then the Striped Bass Board is going to meet after that. So we had parked one item in the TC report. Jason, if you could bring back that slide and speak to it. It's a TC response or comment on a paper that was submitted that a board member asked to be considered, and let's cover that right now. Jason?
Yep, super quick. I think the slide's just about to pop up. We received an analysis from Peter Himchek titled Fate of an Atlantic Menhaden Year Class. We had a discussion about that at the TC. What we did was offered him some feedback. There was additional discussion between Peter and some technical committee members, but individuals. He improved the analysis. We can re-review the analysis if it is the wish of the board, and that is the extent of that, Bob.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Kyle?
Yeah, I would like to request, since there was some conversation going on, that the TC get into a webinar and further address some of the concerns and present at the next meeting.
Is the board comfortable with having the TC continue to vet this issue, respond to this issue as Kyle has suggested? Is there any objection to that? Seeing none, we'll ask the TC to continue to work with the author of the paper, and we will move on to the next agenda item, which is guidance on the draft PID for Amendment 3. We will have a brief presentation on the draft document, which has been developed by the PDT and is before the board for review. Megan has a few slides summarizing the document. We will then be seeking board input, perhaps limited input, given the time, on the issues and options as presented. This input will be in the form of feedback to the PDT, which they will consider as they continue working on the development of the document as a draft, and that draft document will be brought back before the board at our meeting in October. So this is not an action item. As such, we're not looking for any motions and nor any votes, thank God. We only have just a few minutes for this, but it's an important issue. So Megan, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time today, I'm just going to mostly focus on the issues I'd like board feedback on. So we've been working with the PDT over the last couple of months to start the PID. Again, this is our broad scoping document where we're asking generally how do you want to see the Menhaden fishery managed, and then after this we'll move to draft amendment 3, which is a bit more narrow in its focus. So just to go over the timeline, since I've received a couple questions about this, this is the master timeline for Amendment 3. So in October, I will be bringing the PID for approval for public comment, which means our public comment period on the PID will be in November 2016 through January 2017. After that, we will review those comments in February. I'm going to work with the PDT to draft Amendment 3 between March and July of 2017. In August 2017, I hope to have that document for approval for public comment. So that means a public comment on draft Amendment 3 would be September through October 2017, and in November 2017, we would take final action on the document. These are the issues currently included in the PID. And I'll go through most of these in greater detail today. A question I have for the board is if there is an issue you are interested in seeing in the PID which is not on this list here, please let me know today so that I can have the time to incorporate that issue into the document. Reference points. So this is going to be a big portion of the document. The board is interested in pursuing ecological reference points. At this point, I have 3 options included in the PID. The first would be status quo, which is the single species reference points from the 2015 benchmark stock assessment. Option B is the Pikitch et al. ERPs. These were brought forth by Pew and reviewed by the BURP. And then option C is interim reference points until the BURP ERPs are completed. So just for some clarification, I believe the BURP ERPs are going through peer review at the end of 2018, which would make them available in 2019. Just to clarify that, there had been a question. So if the board is interested in using those, we will need interim reference points before that time. And those interim reference points can be the single species reference points, they can be other ERPs, but right now this is the PID, we're keeping it broad, so that is option 3. Quota allocation. So we have many different options here. The 2 concerns I've heard from the board or from the public is that the current allocation does not strike an equitable balance between different gear types and regions, and then also that the current allocation does not allow for growth in the fishery, especially in some of those peripheral states. So we have a suite of options here. These are all presented to the board already in a memo from the allocation working group. So I'm not going to go through these in specifics right now, but if there's a question, I'm happy to add more information. Going along with that would be the allocation time frame. So we have 3 different options there. Again, this has been presented to you before, so I'm not going to spend time on this, but I'm happy to give detail if asked. Our 4th issue is quota transfers and overage payback, and we're including this because as a practical matter, transfers are a really efficient and useful way to address overages. However, some regions may be disadvantaged by the quota transfer system due to the timing of their fishery relative to other fisheries on the coast. And also there's no ASMFC guidance on what a state should do if they receive multiple transfer requests at the same time. So to try and address some of those issues, we have 3 options in the PID. The first would be status quo, so quota transfers can continue and any remaining overages are deducted from the subsequent year's quota. Option B is a voluntary transfer pool. So how this would work is a jurisdiction with an underage could transfer any unused quota to a shared pool, and then extra quota in the shared pool would be distributed to states with an overage either through a conference call or some sort of allocation scheme. Again, the specifics are not yet defined, but we're trying to understand if there's support for these general ideas. Option C is overage reconciliation, which some other fisheries do use. So if the TAC is not exceeded in a specific year, any quota overage would be forgiven. When the TAC is exceeded but one state has an underage, that unused quota would automatically be pooled and distributed to states with an overage. So the main difference between B and C is whether that is a voluntary giving of unused quota or it's an automatic pooling. If there are any other options the board would like to see in this, please let me know. Quota rollovers. So in Amendment 2, it says that quota can be rolled over if the stock is not overfished and overfishing is not occurring, and we're now at that point. However, the specifics weren't outlined in Amendment 2, and so the board has decided to push this into Amendment 3. So we have three options. One, that quota rollover is permitted. Option B is that limited quota rollover is permitted, so that rollover would be capped by a certain percentage of allocation. And then option C, no quota rollover is permitted. Bycatch allowance. So this is an area I'm looking for some feedback from the board on, especially since we've taken action today on Addendum 1. But some of the concerns I've heard and the PDT and I have tried to address in the options you see before you are that the bycatch is not included in the quota, and so that could undermine the TAC. I've heard concerns that we don't have a clear definition of what a non-directed fishery is, or what incidental catch is, if it needs to be a percent composition of catch, things of that nature. And so hoping to address those with these options, but again, if there's another option, please let me know. So we have status quo, the 6,000 pounds per vessel, which we will add to this the 12,000 pound provision. Option B, bycatch would be included in the quota. So basically all bycatch of menhaden would count towards the quota. Once the quota is met, the fishery would shut down. Option C would be a bycatch cap and trigger. So bycatch is limited by a harvest cap, and if the bycatch landings exceed that cap by a certain percentage in a single year or exceed that cap in 2 consecutive years, that would trigger the board to take management action to reduce bycatch landings. Option D, bycatch allowance per individual. This is trying to get at the issue that was brought up through Addendum 1. So each permitted individual would have a bycatch limit. And then option E is to define bycatch as a percent composition. So trip landings, for example, over 1,000 pounds would have to maintain bycatch landings under a certain percent composition. The 1,000 pounds is not necessarily what we have to go with. It's just an example. And the reason the PDT put that in there is there's the issue of cast nets, which we're looking for some feedback on. So those in some ways are directing, but they're small landings and bycatch. It's unclear how to deal with this. I would appreciate feedback. All right, episodic events, especially over the past 3 months, is an issue that's come up a lot, and I think that this is something that would be useful to address, specifically now that we have 3 states participating in the program, and New York, which originally wasn't included in as a participating state, is now a part of that. So I don't really have much guidance from the board, and I would appreciate feedback on what you would like to see in this. We just have status quo right now, but some questions I have are, does the board want to keep episodic events? If yes, do you want to increase or decrease the amount of TAC that is allocated to this program? What states should be allowed to participate in this program? Again, looking for some feedback on this issue. And then finally, the Chesapeake Bay reduction cap is included. There are no specific options in the PID here, and I don't think the PDT intends to write them. What we're hoping to do is just put some questions out to the public as to whether we should keep this cap. The reason for this is that the Chesapeake Bay reduction fishery has consistently underperformed this cap, and there's been a peer review of the Atlantic Menhaden research program which found localized depletion is not occurring in the Chesapeake Bay. And so our two questions for the public are, should the Chesapeake Bay reduction fishery cap be maintained, and is this an important tool for management of Atlantic Menhaden? So I have just some starter questions for the board, but again, I'm looking for some feedback today so we can bring a polished PID to the board in October.
Thank you, Megan. Excellent presentation. So with these questions, does the board have any suggestions that are responsive to the questions that are up on the board? David Simpson.
I do, thank you. Under issue 6, some of the concerns that were raised relate to lack of clarity on what bycatch is it meant to be a percent, and so forth. So I'd like to be able to address that. And sort of as a preamble to what I'm going to suggest, I want to point out that from Table 3 in the draft amendment, all gears other than gill nets, pound nets, or purse seines account for just less than 0.75% of our coastwide landings. Gill nets account for 1.35%, pound nets 3.7%, and purse seines 94.2%. To begin with, under issue 6, my suggestion would be, for clarity in this bycatch area, is to rename this issue small-scale fishery allowance. I think that's what we're trying to get at, so that, yes, a cast net is a directed fishery, but you know, let's keep it in perspective on what it is, and we can always set appropriate trip limits. And my other suggestion is to add a new option F, which would be a small-scale fishery set-aside. And just to follow the format that you've used, it would be small-scale fishery set-aside period. 1 to 7% of the overall TAC would be set aside for small-scale fisheries landing not more than 1,000 to 6,000 pounds per trip. And so to get public comment on that sort of range of percentages and trip limits, I think would help us a lot in terms of the administrative burden all the states face managing the hundreds of people that cumulatively only represent a small fraction of the catch, 1 or 2%. So that's my suggestion.
Thank you very much. Additional suggestions? Yes, John McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not necessarily a suggestion, but a clarification question, if I may.
Go ahead.
Regarding the reference point options, option C is very vague. You say you're going to develop interim reference points, but then you kind of mention a combination of A and B. Can you maybe explain what you're planning on doing there?
Yeah, so with that option, I'm trying to gauge interest or get comments on if the public and the board is interested in using the burp ERPs. What do we do in the meantime, since those are not going to be ready when we take final action on Amendment 3? And so in the document it says that interim reference points could be the single species reference points that we currently use. It could be the Piketch et al. ERPs. I'm also hoping to get, if there are other ERPs that are applicable to this fishery, information on those. So it is broad, but I'm trying to cast a wide net to get as much information as possible. If you'd like more specifics or it to be more specific, please let me know.
Additional, yes, Terry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Concerning the episodic events, given New York's and Maine's experiences this summer, I'd like to see some options that would allow for expanded eligibility and for quota increases.
Thank you. Next hand is Bill Goldsboro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noted with surprise in Megan's presentation the statement that localized depletion in Chesapeake Bay had been found in that research program to be not occurring. That is absolutely not my recollection of what happened. We put that cap in place as a precautionary measure about 10 years ago and embarked on a 5-year research program at that time, which was inconclusive because the various methods that were attempted for actually counting how many Menhaden were in the bay at any one time, including LIDAR, if some of you recall, were unable to do that. So I guess I would request that the PDT revisit the record on that program and what it did conclude, because as far as I'm concerned, it's still an open issue, and I believe that view represents the views of a lot of stakeholders in the Chesapeake. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Go right around the table. Lynn Fagley.
Thank you. I just wonder, to Dave Simpson's point, in the upfront in the addenda when it talks about why are we doing this, I wonder if it wouldn't be helpful to have some language about the administrative burden that a lot of the states are facing. In Maryland, we're spending more money than the fish is worth to try to manage the quota, and I think that that's a pretty good rationale for going down the road we're going down. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments? Rob O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there were about 8 telephone conferences among board members during the allocation period of this going forward, and during that time, several times it was talked about not having the episodic continue forward if possible, and even not having the what's called now the bycatch. And so my comments would be, what could we have to sort of direct us that way? It seems that we, today at least, were unwilling to increase the TAC, and certainly that's one way that there can be more better programs than simply having these episodic events that someone can miss, like Maine or New York. And at the same time, the 6,000-pound bycatch, I don't think we should be resigned to the current formula for that. I think that takes a little bit of work. And on the 6,000-pound bycatch, the way it is now, there was one item that indicated the quota should contain the bycatch. So I think it would be helpful, if it doesn't already appear somewhere, to get the monthly progression of the bycatch. There's probably 5 states mainly that are involved with the bulk of the bycatch, and the Bay certainly is the leading contender, but we should probably look at that monthly distribution so the other states can get an idea of, if someone wants to go forward with making the bycatch that it is now part of the quota, what the risk is there on a seasonal basis. So monthly data if possible, and I hope that wouldn't be too hard to produce.
Thank you for that. We're absorbing all these comments, and we won't be responding or discussing them, just really like a sponge, kind of pulling them all in so they can be conveyed to the PDT. So we'll do that. Other comments? Dr. Pierce.
Yeah, in the reference point section, there, of course, is a reference to option B, the Lenfest work relative to ecological reference point sub. And then there's also reference to, in this document, an April 2015 document from the BRUP, the Biological Ecological Reference Points Working Group. Just a caution that when I read page, well, there's no numbers, when I read the reference in the document to the working group's evaluation of that particular reference point from Lenfest, I come away with the conclusion that they're saying, don't use it, it's inappropriate, yet it's in the document as an option. I think it's important, I know it's important for there to be a more even-handed treatment of that particular Lenfest document, and because when I read other information about it, I have more of a positive outlook. So there's a negative outlook in the text relative to the options, so it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy that individuals will look at the text and say, why are you actually offering that up as an option? It makes no sense. But it does make sense to offer it up as an option. So a more even-handed treatment, and if there's anything more that's been provided by the BRUP since April of 2015 that would be supportive of including it as a reasonable, feasible reference point, then that should be put into the document.
Thank you very much. Additional comments? I'm sorry, Bill? Yeah, Bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would add to what Dr. Pierce just said and remind remind us all that the LENFES program actually provided feedback to this board after the BURP had evaluated that approach and sent a memo. So in that response that was handed out at a meeting about a year ago, or maybe it was in May of last year, I forget, they actually addressed a lot of the concerns that the BURP had expressed. So I think, consistent with what David was saying, that ought to be reviewed and maybe incorporated into the representation of that option as well. Second point, please. I guess I'm a little unclear on what was represented as to the various ecological reference point approaches that would be available under the current timeline for Amendment 3. Some of them apparently in development will take longer, but it was my understanding that there are a couple that have been under development that are expected to be available. I didn't see mentioned anywhere. The EcoPath with EcoSim was one, and maybe Megan can comment, but I think maybe the Steele Henderson was another. But in general, though, I don't mean to make a comment specific to those options, but I would hope we are casting our net wide, and it's my understanding that there's quite a bit of expertise on this in the Northeast Fisheries Science Center, and in particular with Dr. Jason Link, and so my suggestion would be for the PDT to, or maybe this is the BURP, I'm not sure, but in the development of the PID and Amendment 3, to consult with Dr. Link and make sure we have all our bases covered on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a BURP working group matter, as I understand it, but we're just going to, let's just take the comments for what they're worth right now, because we don't have the time to really get into too many back and forths. But thank you, Bill, for that. Any other comments? Seeing none, let's move on. We've got 3 last agenda items, and I'd like to try to move through these as quickly as possible. I'm sure we're all as hungry. The next item is, and by the way, just to remind the board, the PID, which will be further developed, will be back before the board at the next meeting. So this is just comments on a draft that will come back before you as a draft, and so just know that that's happening. Item 7, an update on the socio-economic study on the commercial Menhaden fishery being undertaken by Drs. Jane Harrison and John Whitehead pursuant to a contract with the Commission. We have a brief presentation by Dr. Harrison, who has been patiently here this entire morning with us up front, and to Dr. Harrison, I turn it to you. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Bob, and thanks, everyone. I'm going to make this brief. I'm hungry. I'm cold. I can't be here much longer. But thank you all. I'm going to give you an update here on the socioeconomic analysis that I'm working on with Dr. John Whitehead at Appalachian State University. If you want to go to the next slide, please. And just click through a couple times here. As you click, you'll see this is just, a description here, a figure, those little red circles, just keep it there. Shows some of the changes that we've seen over the last 15 years with the pounds landed for Menhaden. And, I'm sure most of you are aware of some of these downturns in the bait fishery at certain times, downturns for the reduction fishery. And we're looking at some of this data, and I'm going to tell you just a bit about kind of what we're going to be able to find out through our analysis. Big question we have is how have the quota changes in the past affected the industry of today, and how could future quota changes, future TAC decisions affect the industry as it is. So next slide, please. So the study began March 2016. I'm not sure if you all can read from way far back there, but there's really 3 types of data that we are relying on for this study. So first is the ACCSP data. This is data that I'm sure you all have had access to over the years in different forms, and this really looks at, just overall the pounds landed, the prices, the vessel types, gear types, fishing effort type of data. And so we're using that to do some assessments looking at some time trend analyses. So again, how have quota changes, these different special events affected the industry at different points in time, affected the amount of pounds landed, and what's going on in terms of profitability for both the bait side and the reduction industry. And then we have two other forms of data. So we're collecting some original data here that will be new to y'all. The first form is the interview data. So we have started with the interview data in Reedville. We're doing 3 different states. I'm going to get into that a little bit more, but we're looking at Virginia, New Jersey, and Maine. So we're really trying to understand industry participants in all of those states. We're trying to understand, just kind of this general profile, their economic profile, how important the industry is to them, their other sources of employment, and really looking at the supply linkages in the industry. So when a Menhaden fish comes out of the water, where does it go? So for the wholesale bait industry, it may end up with a distributor that may happen in Virginia, then it may get sold to Maine, where it's then sold to a lobsterman who uses it, who then sells his lobster for a price. And so we're really looking at this long supply chain, which is something that isn't really out there in the literature from what we can see. So we're doing those interviews, and then we're also collecting survey data. So the survey data is going to be with industry participants, again, in those 3 states, so Virginia, New Jersey, and Maine. And we are also doing a survey of the public. So we're trying to get at just a better sense of how the public kind of thinks of Menhaden, what are their perceptions of the fishery, how it's being managed, and what are some of the trade-offs that they see in terms of if the quotas are changed, how do I feel about that? So next slide. And the next few slides just go into a little bit of detail, which I don't want to go too far. I will say the ACCSP data was a little more difficult to get than I was hoping for. It took about 4 months just to get data approval. So we are just starting to get into that data. We really haven't done any of these time series analyses yet, but we will be doing that over the next few months. Next slide. We have, like I said, started the interviews, and those interviews are with anyone that we see as part of these supply linkages, and we're asking questions about their employment, their revenue, cost of operation, and we're really trying to talk to, anyone that we think is part of the supply chain. So it may be a fisherman at Omega, it may be a guy who's really a crabber, but he also fishes for Menhaden to reduce his costs for crabbing. It could be a recreational bait seller at a bait shop. So we're talking to a lot of different folks looking at their fishing community and what kind of changes they've seen due to quotas in the past. So what have been their impacts? And also their social networks. What do they rely on? Who do they rely on to kind of keep afloat in their community economically, but also kind of more broadly in terms of their well-being? Next slide. And you can just click through a few pictures here. These are just some of the pictures of the types of people we're talking to and what we're talking to them about. We're looking at all these different products. And one more click, and you can stop there. But, again, talking to the fishermen themselves, talking to the lobstermen, talking to those who produce these products, who sell these different products. And so we have this interview schedule. If you're in one of these states and you want us to come by and chat, please let us know. We've already gone through Virginia. We might go back if we need to. But, we really chose these states because most of the landings are in Virginia and New Jersey, and then we wanted to understand the perspective of a state like Maine, who has, much smaller number in terms of their quota, and to see what kind of impact a quota change could have on them. And then next slide. One more. Yeah. So then the surveys, these industry surveys, those will be going out in August, and they're really going to be a complement to the interview data. The interviews are great for the deep kind of description, the deep understanding of how the industry works, but the survey data is a population study, so we're really looking at all the industry participants, all the fishermen, all the Menhaden fishermen, and all the bait dealers to really get a sense of whether our interviews are representative, the stories we're hearing, are those representative of the industry as a whole. Next slide. And then finally, again, the public survey. So we're going to be creating a survey that's only going to be going to the states of Virginia and New Jersey. It's not going to the other states because I think it will be difficult for the publics in some of the other states that have very low quotas to really make trade-offs. So we're asking the states where there are a lot of Menhaden being landed for that public to think about what are the alternatives, what's the opportunity cost of keeping the quota as it is, of making an increase or a decrease, and really looking at some of the other options as well. So, if you keep the fish in the water, its role as a forage species, its role as, catch or prey for the striped bass. So getting them to think about those opportunity costs. And then the final slide. So just so you know our timeline, we're going to finish data collection in October. We'll be doing our data analysis primarily November through January. I do plan to come back with Dr. Whitehead at your February meeting to give results if you all are interested at that. For that, we would be happy to come. And then we will have a draft final report by the end of February, and then the final report by the end of March. So thank you all, and feel free to talk to me afterwards if you have any questions. I don't know if we have time now.
Limited time. I guess my one question would be, is there anything that the board members can do to help with your response rate issues? Meaning, are those folks you're contacting, is that a confidential data set, or is it something that you would be comfortable sharing? And if so, is that something that board members can help encourage members of their industries to respond?
That would be great. I've been very fortunate with the fisheries agencies in Virginia, New Jersey, and Maine. They've all been very responsive in getting us contact information. Some of that contact information has been mailing addresses, phone numbers, and emails. I would have to check on whether I could share that with just anyone. I'm not sure that that would be kosher. If you have your own networks, though, and you can send, messages out to those that you're in contact with, that you're going to be getting information about the study, that would be very helpful. So, Bob, let's talk more about if I can get an announcement to everyone. And, I think it would make more sense for you to send to whatever networks, that you already have versus me sharing a contact list that I think is likely confidential.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you. Other questions, comments from the board? Lynn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for your presentation. I just feel compelled to get this on the record as a huge proponent of this effort. I am a little disappointed that there's no interview efforts happening in the state of Maryland. We are in a very unique spot because we are the largest artisanal bait fishery. So we do not have the big purse seines, we do not have the snapper rigs. We have fishermen and small communities up and down our eastern shore who rely on this and other fisheries for their income. And part of the problem that we've faced is understanding the values and impacts within this artisanal fishery versus the larger scale fisheries. So I just thank you for your efforts, but I really, and just to say also that I have been talking to our fishermen about this. They're standing by, ready to talk. I would just, if there's any way to get any information from our state, I would really appreciate it, and thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and just to touch upon that, I only have so much time, and this is a short study, so we couldn't go to every state, but what we are attempting to do is to look at the entire supply chain. So if there are, say, Menhaden fishermen selling to distributors, that then the fish is ending up in Maryland, in Delaware, other places, then we will try to track down some of those linkages because we want to see complete supply chains. And so basically our goal is to describe every kind of different type of supply chain out there. And I'd be happy to talk to you more afterwards just to make sure we're not missing something that's distinct in the industry. But we are going to have data from every state through the ACCSP data program, and so basically, we may have examples that come out of Virginia or New Jersey, but we should be able to say whether those, those examples, the interviews, represent a similar type of industry profile in Delaware, Maryland, and other states. So we will try to make that clear and make those connections.
Thank you. Any other points? Yes, we, again, limited time, but Jim and then Lauren.
And my question's similar to what Lynn raised, and maybe you're going to cover this. I think your answer sort of maybe alluded to it, but just so those smaller states that have, a bait fishery, whatever, but then you connect that to rather, I don't know what the right term is. We go from artisanal fishery to recreational fishery, some of with high value to them based upon different ports and elite ports, whatever. There's a whole section of where they're using that bait for, multipliers for the crabbing, recreational crabbing industry, all those things. So, so you start out looking at a very small bait fishery, but then when you connect all those multipliers, this thing actually may eclipse the reduction fishery because of its value. So is that going to be looked at in terms of your analysis?
Yeah, we are definitely focused on understanding all of the different players in the industry. So, we're, looking at the reduction side, but we're definitely looking at all of these different ways the bait fish is used. And it does have a lot of distinct kind of, ways that it travels and ways that it ends up, to end users, whether it's for recreational bait or for commercial bait, whether it's just sold to some guy, off their boat dock, we're trying to kind of look at, and I don't know exactly what you mean by artisanal or, small scale, but that's something if, we can talk about afterwards. I'd like to make sure that I've covered that so far and who I've talked to. Yeah.
Thank you. So I just want to wrap this up, but it sounds like Dr. Harrison is going to make herself available both immediately after this meeting and even after that. So, but Lauren, did you want to jump in real quick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for a fascinating report. You did mention that you are canvassing the public. A bit of clarification might be helpful. Would that be people who have some involvement or attachment to the Menhaden, or would it be a cross-section of society? And if it's the latter, then you might be able to have some conclusion regarding their basic knowledge level and how articulate they are about the whole issues. Thank you.
Yes, it's a cross-section. So this is a general public survey, and we are trying to get at their general perceptions, their general attitudes, as well as asking them some of the more difficult trade-off questions. I mean, because you can ask people, would you like there to be more striped bass that you can catch? Sure, yes. But, are you willing to then make a cut to an important commercial fishery that supports jobs, in a community near you? So we're really trying to make them think about these trade-offs, and we're going to give them a couple different options. And our survey instruments, we've been trying to get extensive feedback as much as we can from the members around this table, from other social scientists that work in fisheries, and industry participants. So if you're interested in giving any feedback too, especially on that public survey, that's the last one to be developed, and we have not finalized that yet. So we'll be sending that out for review soon, and we'd love to hear your feedback.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to wrap up that agenda item. And just, we've got two last items before we break for lunch. The next, quickly but importantly, is to note that the AP membership for Menhaden needs to be refreshed. Jeff Kalin, who is the chair, acknowledged this on a recent call. And so what we need to do, Megan may offer a little bit more clarity, but basically what we need to do is call upon the board to review the AP list. We've got a number of vacancies. We also have a number of positions that have just basically seemed to have faded, and that folks have not been participating for quite some time. So we need to refresh, fill vacancies, reappoint if needed for folks who have just, for whatever reason, kind of fallen through the cracks, and make sure we've got a well-constituted AP, particularly as we move through the Amendment 3 process. Megan, do you want to just offer some thoughts on how the board can offer a review and comment on the issue?
Yeah, so I think there are two issues. We have vacancies, and then we have people who are on the AP but not participating. So for states with vacancies, I'm just going to say who they are because there are quite a few. Georgia, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New Jersey. You guys all have vacancies, so those can be easily filled by filling out one of the forms. I can email it to you. And then it has to go through board approval, so we can do that electronically once we have a batch. In terms of people who are on the AP but maybe not participating, it would be helpful if states could reach out to current AP members, make sure they're interested in participating in the Amendment 3 process. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
And I believe there's a material or a handout in your materials that kind of really sets the stage as to where things stand. So I would really strongly urge all the states to look at how things stand, move on this as quickly as possible, because I think the AP is looking to reconvene again as early as like September. So this is something that we would hope you would jump on more or less right away, get a batch of forms in, and then there'll be some sort of board review, perhaps via email as need be. Any other questions or comments on that issue? I think everyone is clear on the need for getting a good AP constituted. Okay, we're on to the last item, which is other business, which is Terry Stockwell and Maine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Many of you heard, but I want to report out to the board that for the first time since 2008, Maine has got a huge abundance of menhaden in our coastal waters. Anecdotal reports started trickling in mid-July, primarily from the mid-coast and Casco Bay area. Stock abundance and directed fishery effort have both quickly wrapped up since. In your meeting materials, you should find copies of Maine's Menhaden rules, reporting rules, and the emergency regs, and I'm going to refer a little bit about each of them. Maine has two primary rules in place associated with the landing of menhaden. First is pelagic license. Any vessel that fishes for or lands menhaden is required to possess a state pelagic license, which has a number of trip-level effort and landings data requirements. The second is our reporting program, and to summarize the program, if a vessel is federally permitted and reports electronically, DMR will have the data the same day. If a vessel sells to a federal dealer, the earliest DMR should see the data would be the middle of the following week. If vessels are selling to a state-only dealer, that data would not be due until the middle of the following month. State-only harvesters are required to report trip-level data monthly. However, there's generally a lag, and the department usually doesn't see these reports until the harvesters try to renew their annual licenses. So that all being said, the only hard numbers our landings group had until late last week were from one vessel that landed one day the prior week. Obviously, that data was confidential, couldn't be released or used to accurately monitor or close the state allocation fishery, and at this point I can disclose it was less than our annual state allocation of around 161,000 pounds. We were aware of other landings, but there were no other hard dealer landings or harvester reports. And it was during that time period that I relayed my concerns both to Megan and to Chairman Bob. After a number of calls with Megan and Tony, Maine developed and published emergency rules to implement the episodic daily reporting requirement and to address several issues that were raised by the plan review team. We published the rules this past Sunday. For everyone's information, as of Monday, our dealer reported landings prior to the episodic declaration totaled about 1.85 million pounds. And I'm going to be reaching out to every state this fall for with unused state allocation quota to help us balance their books. This morning's discussion was a little interesting, and I can hardly wait to have it again in Maine in the fall. So, to address a question that was raised, why Maine didn't track the landings on a daily basis prior to implementing the episodic program requirements. Certainly, for state agency, DMR did not allocate the staff and resources to monitor daily landings of fishery that we haven't had for 8 years. So at the beginning of this week, the approximate amount of the episodic quota was 3.5 million pounds, and at the current rate of landings, we project the entire amount could be landed within the next couple of weeks. So consequently, Pat's been working with our staff back at the office, and we will be closing the fishery effective this Friday in order to let the dust settle, allow for a full accounting of the landings and effort, and to consider any additional emergency regs to better scale a fishery to any additional available episodic quota. And I want to be quite clear to everybody, we have zero intention of exceeding the episodic quota. However, we haven't had an influx of fish like this since 2008, and prior to that time there are a number of significant fish kills in multiple bays and rivers all throughout the mid-coast area, and the resultant public health issues. So DMR is currently monitoring the dissolved oxygen levels in these rivers, and we'll be conducting periodic aerial observations using Marine Patrol aircraft. So following the closure of the episodic fishery in Maine, we're going to be in the difficult position of estimating the abundance of menhaden in or near these river systems and considering whether or not striped bass and the other predators prevalent in this really unusually hot summer will drive the menhaden up the river. And in our menhaden rules are specific language that allows the commissioner to suspend the closure rules to prevent fish kills. So should that happen, I'll be on the phone to Megan immediately. So that's where we're at. We've got a huge state allocation overage. We're trying to manage our episodic quota. Unfortunately, I think we're going to tank the entire quota and for the other states this year.
Thank you for that report, Terry. Any questions for Terry? Seeing none, we have completed our business for the day. Is there any objection to adjourning? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, before you run off, the scheduling update is